everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn, I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. What do people like, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? What do people like, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexin' on ya, flexin' on me. Flexin' on ya, flexin' on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hypness. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It don't matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know? Life's in your
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level.
It's the last day of play-in, so we got 4 teams remaining, and only 2 will make it into group stages. It's 2 best-of-3 series, and it's going to be 2 people bidding goodbye to their dreams to go into Masters in Reykjavik. And we don't want to waste your time any further. Let's go ahead and hop into the challengers for Asia Pacific.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring. But then Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the last day of the Asia Pacific Challengers Play-ins. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is a black and blue and Raph. How are you guys doing?
Doing really good, man. As you said, it's the final day of the play-in. Some teams already eliminated, but others will move forward here at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, we are definitely going to be looking at those teams with a bigger monocle per se, or even bigger magnifier, because again, the group stage, as I've mentioned many times, has been a shark tank just waiting to be filled. But the bloodthirst is already there, and I'm pretty sure it's still going to be apparent today.
Yeah, we'll see the blood show that we'll see in the matches that we have today. But let's have a look at the matches that we've witnessed yesterday. It was a long day, all things considered, but it was all 2-0. So for their first match that we witnessed was Action PH and Onyx G. Onyx G got a 2-0 victory off of that.
I mean, we were kind of expecting a bit more maybe coming from Action PH in terms of, bringing this to that third map. But Onyx, man, they are such a great team. RU had so many amazing clutches. People talked about his clutches coming into this tournament for Action PH, and he is super consistent at that. And man, he had some really good moments, but unfortunately for Action, could not extend it to that third map. Almost did, but then it really was Onyx who seemed like they were in the driver's seat the whole way through.
That they were. Again, Onyx is, I would say, easily the best teams in our play-ins, and they've rightfully, made their stand. I was talking about how Severine sometimes may not have the greatest stat lines, but is so reliable to making those small micro decisions, just even holding to have the patience that you require to be, you know, effective at the highest level. But of course, we're going to be taking a look at NN and GFN, who squared off in a pretty exciting series.
Yeah, very exciting. 2-0 for No Namers. We kind of thought that Griffin Esports would come out on top here, but No Namers just proved that they are the dark horses coming in to the group stage just because they got that 2-0.
That was you.
That was you. That was you. No, man. We were right on our prediction.
Hey.
Steam ahead.
Hey now, but yeah, this next series that we had, it was the elimination match, the first of which is Team Big Bam and Full Sense.
Yeah, dude, Full Sense and Big Bam. This was a match of, oh my goodness. I almost kind of forgot about that clip by John Olsen, but yeah, just always seemingly in control. Full Sense, they were surely just every single kind of, I guess, sensibility that they had came really and helped them out. I mean, they did not seem like a team that were willing to go down here early on in the play-ins, and the reason why they're looking like to make it out of it too as well.
Now we'll move on with Global versus Fancy. I feel like this is something that a lot of fans had, well, you know, a bit of a head scratcher really, because there was at times where both teams looked a little shaky. We saw the compositions, we talked about it quite a bit. The theory crafting was so present in their conversations, but I feel like on the execution level, despite SK Rossi getting that 4K, there was a lot left on the table. It's kind of like watching the 2013 Bobcats.
Oh, the memories.
They don't even exist anymore.
the PTSD off of that, but yeah, that is a good analogy for Global Esports. And with that, they do bid farewell in their run here in the play-ins, and now we're gonna be seeing the last two series that we have. It's Action PH Full Sense, and then Griffin Esports and Fancy United Esports. And it's all going to be an eliminations for this point onward. And whoever wins will move into the group stages next week. But for you guys at home that are watching just now here at the Asia Pacific Challengers, let's have a look at the journey that the guys from play-ins will go through all the way into the knockouts.
Something like this, though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of two spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com. Something like this, though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude.
And there you have it. That's the journey you guys witnessed for Group A and Group B. We've seen Onyx G go into the gauntlet in the upper bracket, and we've seen we've seen No Namers go through the same thing, and now we're going to be witnessing Action PH and Full Sense go against Onyx G, and I'm sorry, Action PH and Full Sense going up against each other to meet Onyx G in the group stages, something that we have to talk about. On the flip side, though, if we move into Group B, we will be seeing Griffin Esports and Fancy United Esports in another best of 3 to determine who will go into the group stages.
I mean, when we're looking at especially that Group A, right, we all kind of were looking at, well, I guess Onyx and Full Sense to make it out of the bracket. So I think our predictions will be kind of mostly similar later on the panel when you do get to that game. But this is one where we're really kind of tossed up. Griffin or Fancy United, honestly. From the 4 teams that were in this group, Global, Griffin, No Namers, and Fancy, we're all kind of touting, hey, this could go either way. We really have no real prediction on who is probably the favorite to make it out of this group, because this group is so volatile and so competitive.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, that is the dark horse group. Really, anyone had a realistic chance of making through that, and I guess this is just a quick review of what we're gonna have today.
Yeah, it's Action PH and Full Sense going up first in a best of 3, followed shortly by Griffin Esports and Fancy United Esports in the final best of 3 in the play-ins. And again, for those of you guys who are watching, whoever loses this will get eliminated and will no longer be able to play in the group stages because they're eliminated. It's as simple as that. Yeah. And Action PH and Full Sense, that is the first series that we have.
Water is definitely wet.
Yes.
Yeah, opening series of the day, man. You touched on it. This is going to be a banger, dude. Action PH versus Full Sense, 2 teams that we were honestly, if they were in Group B, they would have made it out. Let's be frank here, right? They'd probably be the favorites if they made it into Group B. That's not saying, you know, about like what the competitiveness of Group B is, but it just happens to be that they are in the group of death. And if Action was in any other group, they probably would be making it out of there. But Full Sense, that's an opponent that you cannot scoff at no matter which team you are in the world. Honestly, they're such a very deadly team. And when we go over to Griffin and Fancy, that one is, I honestly think the Griffin and Fancy is going to be a closer game than APH and Full Sense might be.
Let's not beat around the bush here. And again, with all due respect to all the teams that have participated, that is absolutely true. I cannot disagree with that statement. If Action was not in this group, in fact, if you look at Group A, most of those teams, if not all, are group stage teams. It's just insane that the power level of one group is just, well, I would say higher than the other, but it doesn't take any excitement away nor entertainment value or any real lesson away from the other groups. It's just, my goodness, how did that happen?
Yeah, I kind of wish like we got 2 from Group B, 2 from Group A, and kind of mix things around, you know, just to, I don't know, keep things shaking up, more balance on either side. But well, it does make for great entertainment, this group of death.
Yep, and it's 100% fun to watch the games as well, but it's not gonna be fun for the next series. It's Action PH and Full Sense. It's do or die now, and this isn't even their first rodeo as well. They've met each other earlier on this year and went to the Full Sense's way, so it's kind of like the same storyline for Full Sense and Team Big Ben if history's gonna be repeating itself. But without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce the first team in this series. It's Action PH. The action-packed Action Jackson roster that is Action PH. Try to make their way inside the group stages. We got a Batman, RUM, and Georgie and Zero Death Yo.
Action PH, that 3rd seed coming from the Philippines, is a team that in their own local qualifier, you know, started off week 1 of the group stages at the top of that scoreboard and then kind of suddenly slowly sunken down. I think that is very appropriate for describing this team. They're a team that really does start off strong, but if they cannot continue that momentum forward, then their avalanche seemingly just crumbles into a broken wave. And I mean, these two teams, they've fought against each other, they've matched up against each other early on in the year, about in January, on the community side of things. Although, albeit, that was a very, very new Action PH team, one that was maybe around for a month or two at most. Now they've had time to develop. Now they've had time to refine their game, to play in the actual VCT and make it this far. Will we get that same result? It was a 0-2 in the favor of Full Sense, with map number 1 in Ascent being quite close. And honestly, I do think that Action PH are going to put up a much better fight here. They've had the time to make the research, they've had their time to refine their game, and especially they have the VOD to look back to against Full Sense. And when you're the team that loses in the first matchup, you're the one who has more to adjust, you're the one who has more to learn, and you're the one who has more to prove when it comes to the rematch.
Truth be told, yeah, they've had the time to adjust, they've had the time to VOD review, as you mentioned. But again, if we really look at things when it comes to a more recent history, they had a swap out. We don't have Motoki anymore, we have a Batman. So maybe there's a little bit of a reset, maybe there's a little bit of a butterfly effect. To see if that's for the better or for the worse is something that we'll just have to kind of sit out and wait a bit.
And it's not just Action PH that got that changes in their roster. We got Full Sense coming up next, and we'll find out who's playing in on the fray. This Thai roster is not a stranger in the international scene. They've already represented Thailand and Southeast Asia in previous international outings, but they don't have Super Bus with them. We got Chalala, John Olsen, PTC, Lammy Snacks, and The Love Family.
In the context of our play-ins, I think Full Sense is by far the most accurate representation of Gods Can Bleed because, well, when they had a face-off with Onyx, they still looked as impressive as usual, but again, Onyx is Onyx. But now, we put our eyes on Full Sense. Full Sense against Big Bam, oh my goodness, that was absolutely clinical. We just can't look at this team without really referencing their previous matchups. But yeah, again, the spearhead, John Olsen, he got away with murder, honestly, contributing in bunches in their previous matchup. But if we were talking about the mechanics of the matchup here, Action PH, they also have quite a bit of firepower in Georgie and Tesseract. I mean, Zero Deathio, why did you change your name? Go back to being Tesseract. I'm kidding. But again, there's still quite a bit of mechanical prowess on the side of Action PH that they really have to admit that it's a problem.
To be quite honest here, the two playstyles of these two teams, Full Sense and Action, don't necessarily differ too much. They do put a lot of pressure for that main spearhead on the Full Sense side, John Olsen. On the other end of things for Action, Georgie, they do put a lot of that responsibility on their shoulders. And the problem with that type of playstyle is when they don't get that spear sharp and refined enough early on, they really struggle to somehow get going in the game. And we saw in the previous matchup that that's exactly what happened. You know, it was on the side of Full Sense, John Olsen really popping off, and that's kind of what they need. But the thing is, they rely on that pretty much every single game for them to make their actual play style work. Fortunately for Full Sense, this Action team is a team that can be, well, I guess, vulnerable to that kind of play style, and it's something that Full Sense are also used to playing too, because they themselves apply it.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that. It was always Georgie and John Olsen for these teams, but we gotta have a look at the other tandem of the duos that they have that enable the team and enable their star players to shine. We're gonna have a look at their head-to-head here, and it's none other than Eman and Chalalala that's going in for the head-to-head. Everything is relatively even for themselves, but they enable their duelists, they enable their star players like never before.
Shalala is such a good player, honestly, and I think more than enabling, what he does is, well, it's funny because he's now the smoker. Now that Superbus has come out, he does really control the pace of the game in his own way. I think more when it comes to enabling, you could argue PTC or Lammy Snacks enables John Olsen to do more of that, but there is no, definitely not, I guess, kind of any doubt that Eman does that job for Action Page. He is the enabler. He is the guy that helps Georgie get in. And when Georgie does get in, he is the guy right behind him to follow up on that. If you're the point man, if you're Georgie, you want your wingman to be Eman, and that is what he brings to the table.
Once again, a lot of those points have already been brought up, and thank you so much, Black and Blue. The thing is, these two also have enough, and more than enough, actually, ample firepower to step it up. Jalala specifically, I believe he's flexing on the Astra and the Chamber, which, quite frankly, are two different worlds, but he's been effective on both roles. Again, stats, they might just be numbers, but my goodness, these are incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and definitely this series is, like, without these two guys, the series might be a little, a little on the decline, because we're just going to be watching the star players do it. But I'm pretty sure that Action PH and Full Sense, they are already awake. Like, whatever happened to them in the past couple of days, they should be able to recuperate and reset going into this, because it's do or die time. And speaking of which, we have to go into the map veto right now to find out what maps they're going to be playing on. This might be the final best of 3 of their tournament lives. Who knows? We'll get into it as the map veto will begin, and Action PH is going to be the first to go for the bans.
Well, I mean, if you look at history here, they did play on Ascent and Haven. Ascent was a bit closer for the side of Action PH, and Haven was a bit more one-sided in favor of Full Sense. But then Action PH, in the past few months, especially locally in the Philippine VCT qualifiers, we saw that they are very capable of playing Haven. If anything, it's one of their best map, if not their best map when it comes to the entire game. So Action PH, they take out Breeze, which I think is a really smart move. Full Sense are so deadly on a map like Breeze that just enables all of that aggression, enables all of that individual play to come to place, and that's where Full Sense are so good.
Another thing why they had to ban Breeze is that they took into full account that Full Sense loves to run that double up, and they've been so effective. If they were looking at yesterday's VODs, Full Sense were absolutely masterful at staggering that mid presence towards Breeze and forcing out a reaction. And Action Page, they don't want to deal with that. But on the side of Full Sense, they take away Icebox.
Icebox to be banned. That's curious. I mean, both of these teams pretty much neck and neck in the statistics of their Icebox games. We did see them play it versus Big Bam here, Full Sense, and I mean, rather Action, they did play it against Big Bam, so I'm curious to see why they picked that. It did go 14-12, so it was a very close game, and they pick Haven. I think this is the right move from Action. It's a great map for the side here of Full Sense, but it's also a great map for Action. If anything, they're best.
Absolutely. Might also see Bind being picked up by Full Sense here, one of their higher win rates. They want to make, if they want to get a game 3, they want to get Bind, or if ever Full Sense takes Haven, then they need to get Bind here, Ref.
I mean, talking about Bind again, it really does play into Full Sense loving to play that double up and to exercise the fact that that chamber play is so strong. But instead, we get a split map. Again, thematically, this is not something we'd expect Full Sense to do, but Full Sense, they're very, very strong on this map still. I mean, if you have a win rate above 60% in the pro scene with a sample size larger than, what, 10 games, 15 games, still something they have to respect. Now, Full Sense, I think this is where they kind of flex their playbook here. They had a bit of a litmus test against Onyx. They're trying to refine things, because I feel like the biggest problem they had here was they kind of kept falling into the trap. Oh, there's a little bit of resistance here. There's a little bit of utility stagger on A. Let's try and take mid. They've been leaving mid open, but they were falling into that defensive layout, that spider web of defense.
Split! I just wanted to say it like that. I don't know. It just makes sense.
Okay, you know what? You've had your moment.
Oh, that's a good ban. That is a good ban. 83% on Full Sense on Fracture. That's a risk that APH does not want to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising to me that they banned Fracture this late, but I think what's more surprising to me is that it's Full Sense who picks Split. I mean, Raph kind of talked about it a while ago, but they did lose it to Onyx, and Action PH did beat South Built on Split the last time we did see them there.
You would know.
So, no, I mean, they're literally the last two games they played. Bind to be taken off, so we know where we're going to go. We're going to Ascent for the final one, but man, I'm really curious that, like, all of the maps that we're seeing right now in this 3-map rotation for the veto, they're pretty much neck and neck for both these two teams.
Well, okay, so here's the thing, right? The fracture map. We know Full Sense is good on it, but do you think the reason why APH took this out was because the double controller meta is somewhat more persistent these days, and Full Sense have been somewhat practicing that?
I'm not too sure if that's exactly the idea. I think it's more necessarily like they realize it's not the map that really goes into their playstyle. Fracture is a really tactical map. I do think double controller has seen a bit more of a, in ways, a buff because of the nerfs that the controllers themselves have kind of faced here, especially Viper and Astra namely. So you need those two to try and make it work sometimes. And Fracture, it is a map that does enable that. To be fair, it is common to see double controller in that, but I'm not too sure if that's exactly the reason why they banned it, or as many teams do, especially the ones who have been playing for a while, just do not want that even playing field of Fracture, because even if you scrim Fracture a lot, there really isn't as much information on that as others, and they do not want to give Action that benefit of the doubt.
Fair.
Really a fair analysis there, boys. We've seen the maps. We're going to Haven first and Ascent last, and we have fairly even stats here. Slight edge on Full Sense all throughout in numbers, but who do you think is going to come out on top here? Let's start with you, Black and Blue.
Oh man, it really does hurt every time we have to kind of talk about some of these teams that even come from our own regions, but I really do think Full Sense got this. Coming into Group A, as soon as I saw it, my first two picks to make it out of this play-ins, Onyx and Full Sense. Hell, they're even my top 5 to win the darn thing. So I really do think they've got what it takes to make it happen. And if Action can take map number 1, this is going Full Sense 2-0.
For what it's worth, I think Action still has a legitimate chance of doing this, but the biggest problem really lies in the matchup, because stylistically they're very similar. The philosophy is almost identical, right? But it's the approach and the application. Again, the more hands-on approach. See, we have Full Sense, who is also known to be incredibly aggressive and mechanically advanced. But the thing that separates them from Action PH, who are all those things, they have the depth. They had the time to do it. They had the R&D, and they had the cool heads to really calculate whatever their approach is. So I'll have to say it's probably gonna go 2-1 on the side of Full Sense.
Yes.
Action, like I said, is gonna put up a fight, but it's just that lack of sustainability that's gonna be their biggest problem.
Yep. Well, with that, actually going to be a believer of Action PH here. I'm going to go against the grain. I feel like they're switched on right now. The heat retention, as long as they get game number 1, they're going to take it all the way. We might see a map 3, but it's still there. I believe in Action PH. Without further ado, we have to let the teams battle it out. This is the final best of 3 potentially of their tournament lives here. This is Full Sense and Action PH going to Haven.
And it's time, ladies and gentlemen! Dito sa game number 1 ng Action PH and syempre ng Full Sense here. Guys, for today, my name is Phil. Alongside with me is Ray right here. And kahapon, alam naman natin na medyo hindi at pinalad ang Action PH, kasi alam naman natin na hindi ako ang nag-cast noon. Pero ngayon, ito na ang Vilblia na isusulat 2-0. Machi-machi na kami si Ray. Machi-machi na kami ni Ray ngayon. Kamusta, Bes?
Okay lang. Halatang hindi natin pinag-usapan yung costume natin. Parang yun. Hindi namin pinag-usapan doon, Evil. Nagkasulyapan lang kami dito na medyo gatong gusto naming suot. Dahil gusto namin syempreng supportan ang APH. Dahil ito na nga, guys, kung natalo na ni Full Sense, alam nyo na, hindi makakapasok sila, and we already have 3 teams coming in from PH na makakakita pa natin next week. Pero looking at it, napakainit. Haven kagad yung unang map dito, Vil.
Oo nga, mapa to ng Pinoy, ladies and gentlemen. Alam naman natin na ilang beses nang nanalo ang APG dito sa map na to. Yes, if ever nakalaban nila ang Filipino teams, for sure. And iisipin mo back then, nung kalaban ng APH ang Secret, dito sila nagtapat Sa Haven sila nagtapat at nanalo ang APH doon. At saka ganito kasi ang laro ng APH Minsan kasi, aggressive sila. Minsan, slow play sila. Dinedepende nila yung gameplay nila dun sa gameplay nga nung kalaban nila, mga kaibigan. That's the thing that you're doing right now. So, medyo makikita natin if ever ba magiging aggressive ba sila, or probably they're gonna do some slow plays or slow plays or whatnot. Pero full sense, isa rin tong aggressive lalo si John Olsen, napakatindi ng aggressiveness itong taong to. And in terms of experience, sabihin ko sa inyo, full sense ang may lamang. Why? Even last year, ilang beses na silang nagsi-second place pero hindi sila nagiging champion. Nanalo sila ng LCQ. Sila yung pumunta sa VCT Champions as well last year. So, meron talaga silang idea, meron silang experience na dala-dala nila papunta dito sa laban na to. And syempre, tulad nga sinasabi ko rin back then, it's just full sense. Ito talaga yung team na gusto ko rin makapunta sa Masters 1. Pero knowing na kalaban nila ang APH, parang ito na ata ang katapusan ng pangarap nila.
Ang hirap. Mahirap talaga kalaban ng APH in a way na sometimes you just don't know yung momentum ng team na to. Sometimes it's Georgie, sometimes it's RU with the clutches. Sometimes nga makatulad niya, but man, di ba? Super exceptional din na nakakasabay siya with a lot of players here sa APAC Challengers at nakakatuwa na ganito yung growth ng team na to in just a short amount of time after nga kagad ng konting pahinga ng VCT Stage 1. But looking at it, Georgie versus John Olsen is right here.
Oo.
At may kita natin, sino ba ang mas lamang at sino ba talagang mas matindi? Pero ako panalo kagad si Georgie. Noo pa lang, alam mo na eh.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, makikita natin yan if ever ko ano ba talaga magiging kahihinatnan ng mga plays ng laban natin ngayon. Well, sabi nga nung panel, yung iba APH, yung iba full sense. Actually sa totoo lang, naniniwala ako sa sinabi ni Black and Blue. If ever full sense ang makakuha ng first game ng first map, which is Haven, pwede na tayong magmukmok sa gilid kasi baka 2-0 nga talaga ng full sense and APH. Pero ano mga pinagsasabi mo, Vil? Ano pinagsasabi mo ganyan-ganyan? Hindi, walang mangyayaring ganon! Kasi 2-0 to ng APH! Kaya huwag kayo maniniwala sa mga pinagsasabi nila, men. 2-0 to ng APH, tiwala lang. And if ever man, 2-0 tayo ng full sense, malay nyo, manalo tayo sa replay. Kaya doon na lang natin tignan yun. Pero yun nga, time check. Ayun, malapit na mag-start. So, sa lahat na nanonood ngayon, big shoutout to all of you guys sa YouTube, sa Facebook, sa Twitch. Hello sa inyo! At sana nakakain na rin kayo, and syempre masarap manood ng Valorant habang busog. And syempre kung gusto nyo habang kumakain okay lang naman yun. Kung hinahanap nyo kung nasa si Taylor, wag din ang hanapin ng wala. Huwag din ang hanapin yung wala, men.
Next game pa siya.
Oo. Pero ito din kasi yung thing. I mean, sobrang crucial na araw na yun because ito yung day na talagang pwede nating malaman kung sino na ba talaga ang makakapasok sa group stage. Tama, sa group stage. Ang group stage is gonna be next week. Kailan? Wednesday next week. Aga, no?
Parang
Aga,
lang, isang araw lang pahinga natin. Eto na, ang agent select between these two teams. At mukha nga sa side ngayon ng APH. They're gonna go with that Omen double initiator nga dito sa Haven. But on the other side naman ng full sense, okay, mag-a-Astra pa rin sila at Sova with that Sky. So, ang difference lang nila dito ay yung kanilang one controller and second is yung Sentinel.
Yeah. Dito sa full sense, sila yung defender with that Astra. Okay, actually, that is actually a really great move na ginawa nila doon. Even though na nabawasan ng isang star si Astra, nataas na yung cooldown ng mga skills nila. Si Astra pa rin talaga ang pinipili ng full sense. Kasi alam naman natin yan, mga kaibigan, if ever you guys are really that confident on using that agent, edi why not G lang, diba? I mean, tuloy-tuloy lang natin yan. Pero kung napapansin mo, nag-adjust na ang APH. They're not gonna use that Astra ni RU. Kasi alam naman natin yan na talagang sobrang sneaky ng tao na yan. Nagkatago siya sa silong, dun siya nagsismoke, tapos bigla magugulot ka na lang, nakakaubo siya ng 3 kasi nasa loob siya ng smoke. That is the thing na ginagawa ng APH every time na nasa silong sila sa Haven. Pero, let's see if ever they're gonna do it again with that Omen.
Talaga nga ng mga kaabang-abang kung ano man ang gagawin ng teams na to. Yung Asha nga, na-nerf talaga siya na sobra. But on the other side, when we see yung performance ng APH Haven, they've been consistent all throughout. Mangilan-ngilan lang naman na teams ang natalo sila sa mapang to. But the rest of their performance, it's been really doing well. At si Zero Death Yo, dito siya nag-pop off. Dito din natin nakita mag-pop off talaga as usual ang mga katulad ni Eman. At ngayon excited ako. Paano mga bang pag-hold ni Abat sa mga iba't ibang sides dito? Will he be able to at least pick off yung mga members ng Full Sense and put on a stop sa mga miyembro nila? But looking at it, hindi pa rin nila gagamitin dito si Super Bass, yung isa talaga sa impact players ng Full Sense, kundi si D pa rin ang gagamitin nila. But on the other side, APH, let's see how they'll be able to manifest ang kanilang attacking side dito sa pinakaunang
Actually, tapos na talaga itong laban na to. 2-0 to in terms of APH. Ang ginagawa lang talaga nila ngayon is syempre formality lang din naman talaga. Tinawag naman si Georgie, mga kaibigan. Mukhang hindi ata uso sa kanya magsuklay. And kitang-kita naman natin na talaga baka nanlalamig yung kamay niya kasi nasa likod niya aircon. Pero kung napapansin na Georgie with all these spot shots na meron siya though, it's just napakabilis sa pangyayari. Nagulat na lang sila pero yung alam may mga lumilikod sa kanila. Pero dahil Zero Death Yo will kill John Olsen right now. Abad with another one. Pero they love fam all the way from outside garage trying to take down these players. 4v2 situation. Ano ang gagawin ng Full Sense para mapigilan ng panalo ng APH? Georgia with a kill. They love fam, ha? Gumugusto ka pa? Ginawa ka tuloy puno ni Aryu. 1-0 in favor of APH. And your champions, mga kaibigan. Ito na yun.
Napakabilis na ng pangyayari. Med control ang nangyari sa APH at although yung Full Sense, they're quite actually prepared. Pero hindi nila in-expect na sobrang aggressive. May flash pa galing kay Eman talaga. Saktong-sakto. Unang round pa lang, Vil. Nakita mo na kagad
napakabilis, no?
Yung ginagawa ng APC. Wala pa atang 30 seconds yun eh.
Wala pa, men. Wala pa talaga. Talaga pinag-usapan na talaga. Pero oh my God, di lang fam nakachamba ng isa. Pero a Batman with a dinosaur game. Pero wala sila idea at all si Shala na naging sa Gedli. Napakagandang call na ginawa ni Hoy! Ni a Batman, di na talaga ninanusam na yung kaliwa kasi baka mali mo meron nagbabantay doon sa may gilid na yun. Pero yun nga lang, all the way from doon sa may platform, si PTC nagbabantay lang din sa Gedli with that classic. Nakapatay siya ng isa. Pero it's just the specters na meron ng APH yun. Rami Snacks inside that smoke. Kita-kita si Zero Death Yo. John Olsen, the only man remaining with that Marshall. Walang magagawa yung Marshall mo sa dalawang specter ng Pinoy. Pero a Batman trying to push out. Pero tamang double peak lang ang ginawa ng APH ito para wala na magawa si John Olsen. Kitang-kita naman natin si John Olsen, mga kaibigan. Sobrang focus ng kuya mo pero isa sa kaliwa, isa sa kanan. A Batman, we're gonna finish it off. 2-0. Diyos ko po, lalabanan nyo ang APH sa mapa ng Pinoy sa Haven. Baka
Nakita natin yung Full Sense, ano di sila dito, nadurog sila ng maraming teams galing sa Pilipinas at walang kaproblema sa APH. Although na-pick up sila, pagdating sa post-back, they've been doing it really well. At si Zero Death Yo, iba na ata talaga ngayon. Sobrang init up together with Batman. So alam na natin, Vil, unang map, 1-0 na kagad, APH.
1-0 na kagad, hindi ko maalam kung nyo na pinapatagal yan. Parang naman APH dito eh. Ang sinasabi ni Black and Blue, pag nanalo ang Full Sense, 2-0? Huwag yung paniwala doon kay Nico. Joke lang. Joke lang, tropa yun. Pero sa totoo lang, napakaganda ng upuan ni John Olsen, ha? May VCT, men. Ganda.
Sana all.
Gusto ko yun. Ganda, men. Kita mo yun? Arborin ko nga siya. Hey, brother, give me your chair. Yun. Tapos sabi niya, okay, fight me 1v1. Baka manalo siya. Pero medyo kinakabahan ng mga players ng Full Sense. It's just, util mo naman si Emma, no? Frenzy lang ang gamit. Diba? Isipin mo, sila ang panalo. Pero talagang wala pa rin silang pera dito. Pero si John Olsen, low on HP with that Vandal, walang magawa dito sa side ng APH. Pero Georgie, delikado siya kasi meron sa kaliwa mo, pre. Feeling ko, may message ko na siya, pre, meron sa kaliwa mo. Walang ganon.
Wala, mabait kami.
Oo, hayaan natin sila. Pero yung Lami Stacks, mga kaibigan, nakachamba na naman ang isa. Dila fa with another one, pero chalala. Inubo si Aryu, okay lang yan. Walang pera ang APH. Ito ang free round ng Full Sense.
Ano lang kasi, nagkalamangan lang sa baril. Kaya gumanyan lang, diba?
Oo.
Mapagbigay ang mga Pinoy, di ba?
Men, ang sabi ni Boss Jen Hernandez, Vil, pag nanalo APH, bibigyan ka ng Okada medley buffet for 2 at saka 3 days stay sa Okada. Maraming salamat.
Sana all.
Resibo.
SS mo na, bes.
SS.
Yan. Ay, nako. Pero, simulan ulit. PTC nga lang na timing si Georgie. Sayang yung konting-konti na lang si PTC. Pero mga miyembro pa rin ng APH on form pa rin sila. Batman naghihintay lang dito kung may na-pick off siya. That's gonna be big sa side ng full sense. Although sila Mistax makuha nga lang information na meron pa isa sa nanginitay. Pero si Zero Death, yo! Oh no, nabawasan pa rin ni John Olsen. Sabi mo nga sa best friend mo, tama na muna.
Hindi sila best friend. Walang best friend dito. Galit ako sa kanila lahat. Pero nga nandila, fam! We're gonna go down into the hands of Ori. Pushing it to 3v4. Pero siya lang nakacham na naman isa. 2v4. It's all up to Eman and Batman. Parang din naman mababawasan ito. Pero nga na Batman. Bahala na si Batman. Dito sa B. 2v3. Winnable. John Olsen going in with a Vandal. Pero Eman FPS. We're gonna go down as well. Batman! Masyado kayong mabait. Alam naman natin na hospitable tayong mga Pinoy. Mapa natin to. Pinaparamdam lang natin sa full sense kung paano magkaroon ng score.
Kasi mamaya ano lang yan 13-2. Kaya, ano lang yung APH. Alam naman natin na medyo matagal bago sila mag-heat up So ngayon, ano pa lang, warm up pa lang po to. Warm up pa lang din.
Diesel yan Diesel engine ang APH mga kaibigan. Kailangan mo munang himasin at painitin para talagang gumalaw agad-agad para maging impactful. Kasi lahat ng plays ng APH ganyan. Sa una, medyo talaga nabubugbog sila. Parang action star nga, di ba? Mga Pinoy, ang mga Pinoy action star, gano'n naman, di ba? Sa una, nabubugbog talaga yan. Hindi na ako magre-reference sa kung sino kasi baka mapagalitan na naman ako. Opo, ano ginagawa mo dyan, D-Lab fam? One tap to the head. Ang ginawa ni Georgie dito, 5v4. Ang sabi ng APH, bawas naman daw kahit armor lang.
Naka-ano pa to naka-sheriff lang ang mga taga-APH. Pero ngayon, ano kaya next move? Galing sa APH, lahat na sila may control sa may seaside. Pero to, saan pumuntas? Kagad ang mga katulad ni John Olsen. May konting shock dart lang. Pero ano na kagad mangyari? Naku po, pwede naman magpahil lang si Georgie. Ay, wala na nga pala si Eman. Medyo nakalimutan. Kaso Zero Death, yo.
Pwede yan, may bagong patch. Si Killjoy pwede na mag-heal. Puso na pero John Olsen all the way from C. Siyempre, di kayo sa likod. At si John Olsen, pero mukhang hindi ata napapansin yun ang APH. Ako po. Medyo delikado ata. John Olsen doon na sa bigyan. Mga kami, John Olsen with a 3K. And this is now Georgie, the only man remaining. Pero tsalala, we're gonna take him down. 3-2-2. Okay lang yan. Ilang beses na nating nakita ang APH na nag-comeback. Hindi na bago yan sa APH. Kahit 12 na ang score ng FS. Talagang makakambak pa rin niya ng APH. Kahit 13 na yung score ng FS, kakambak pa rin ng APH, men.
Naniniwala ako sa comeback lalo na sa mapang to. Pero not bad sa side ng APH para sa kanilang eco buy. At ngayon, tignan mo, magiging 3-3 yan. Nakikita ko na to Mananalo APH sa full buy nila at ready na kagad. Lahat ng ultimates ready na! Sa side ng APH.
Men, isipin mo, diba? Sabi ni Jim, alam mo sa pistol round pa lang, Vil, yung shot pass mo, pang OT na. Siyempre, gigil na ako Kahapon, hindi binigay sa akin to Pero ito na. Lahat sila may ulti na. Yung mga players ng APH, sabay-sabay nilang gagabitin ng ultimate nila. Pero nga sila Mistax, dalawang orb pa para sa lockdown. So pwede na talagang ilabas yung lockdown ni Killjoy dito. Ito na, Batman, alam niya na walang makakasira niyan, kapatid. Pero it's just the players of FS. Umalis na kayo dyan kasi napapaligiran na kayo ng APH. Pero from behind, that is the flank na ginagawa ng FS. Para sabi ni Zero Death, ba't kayo nag-flank, baby boy? Georgie, all the way from the backside right now, trying to stop the possible push of APH dun sa may likod. Pero dalawang players pa yung mga pero it's just, oh my God, John Olsen nakachamba ng dalawa. Pero that Blade Storm though, it's just gonna be a possible win para sa side ng APH. Pero lamang ang FS, mga kaibigan. What is happening sa ginagawa ng APH? Zero Death, no, the only man remaining. Hindi siya na blind. Nakakita ng lango na lumilipad, mga kaibigan. Pinatay pa. Pero let's see if ever mukha atang makaklatch pa niya. Pero PTC with a kill. Zero Death, kulang yung bala.
Kinulang lang. Panalo na sana, kinulang lang. Ngayon, APH, gigising yan. Mga round 8. Gigising na ang APH. Ano lang ngayon, konting warm-up pa lang. Kaya kita nyo, di ba? Ginagawa na lang deathmatch. O mamaya, kapag pula-pula sila Bill, alam mo na. Pero so far, grabe to
Hintayin nyo mag-init ang APH, men. Kalma lang kayo. Mamaya-maya pa yan, mga alas 2. Mga alas 2, babawi na yan, promise. Pero walang pera ang APH. Pre, swipe mo na nga. Ito na yung card ko. Pang swipe nyo namin para makabili kayo ng maraming bundle, mga 10. Pero, Georgie, ito na, alam naman natin paggipit sa patalim kumakapit. Blade Storm.
Ganun talaga eh. Pero ito na? Ano yun?
Yan na, mga kaibigan, bumawi kayo. Gusto ka ng buffet!
Palibre na lang kami, Bill, sa Okada.
Oo.
Mukha tayong Yakult eh. Nagbebenta ng Yakult.
Okay. Nung pumunta ako ng Taiwan, masarap ang Yakult doon kasi 1 litro. Legit,
Ay,
ang
oo.
sarap, men. Oh. Alam mo yung feeling ko, sobrang linis ng katawan ko pagkatapos. Feeling ko, pati lahat ng kasalanan ko, nawala. Inuuminom ako 1 litro ng Yakult eh.
Napurga.
Oo. Legit, promise. Alam mo yung parang sobrang linis sa espiritu ko, ng katawan ko, ng buhay ko. Pati sa next life ko, malinis ako nung kumain ako 1 litro ng Yakult eh. Pero mabagal munang galawan yung mga ginagawa dito ng full sense, mga kaibigan. Pero PTC nakakita ng isa, pero hindi man lang tinamaan ng Hadouken. Si PTC ngayon medyo bitin yung paranoia. Pero ito na ang Hunter Spear coming in from Lamis. Pero meron pa siya makukuha isa. Yes, si Zero Death, we're gonna beat out. Pero Diyos ko po, hindi ito matama yung tinitor ni Georgie, mga kaibigan. Kumikembot si PTC, men. Baka matamaan mo. Sayang.
So, may matatap po. Ay! Sense? Naman yan.
Oh.
Galingan nyo naman palalo. Mga kabawi page yan. Full by. 5-3. Hanggang 5 na lang yan eh. 13-5. Pero mukhang may mag-popost na. Hala na yun, Bill. Kausapin mo na yung APH ka na slot. Sabihin mo na yung kurasan.
Push A. Push A.
Oh, push A. Yeah.
Push A. Yun ang gawin nyo, men. Push A. Pwede kayo nag-push A, push B. Kung ayaw doon, push C. Lahat, push nyo na. Pero kailangan na mag-time out. Kailangan na mag-usap-usap. Mga pre, ano ba nangyayari sa atin? Ano ba yung kinain natin kanina? O Batman, ano ba yung kinain mo kanina? Mukhang hindi ata masarap yan eh. Eman is the man. 071. Oh no. Are you kidding me? Oh no. No way. May shoutout nga pala sa mga nagsasabing maingay kami. Di ba nagsasabing bias kami, guys? Oo, bias kami.
Nagpaalam na kami. Huwag kayo mag-alala.
Oo.
Bago pa kami mag-start, nakapagpaalam na at okay lang yun. Tignan nyo, unbiased casting din sa side ng Full Sense sa mga caster na tignan nyo na lang.
Actually, nanonood nga ako kahapon ng cast ng Indonesia. Wala akong naintindihan, men. Wala akong maintindihan.
Wala rin na maintindihan dyan. Malamang Pinoy yata yun, nagtatagalog.
Ewan ko, basta tinry kong manood pero wala akong naintindihan. Naintindihan ko lang, patag doon, spray and pray, yun lang naintindihan ko. Pero yung mga players ng APH kaya probably they're not gonna go here in BRA, pero garage is the way, yan ang sabi nila. Pero John Opposing trying to get some verticality right now. Pero bakit dapat ka lumalabas? Bakit ka sumisilip dyan, baby boy? Pero meron pa tao doon sa Melicon, pero kailangan talaga bawiin ito agad ng APH kasi baka mamatay sila. Pero John Olsen hindi man lang tumatama kahit isa. Georgie, mas mabilis ang daliri ng Pinoy. John Olsen, tandaan mo yan. Georgie with a 3K already. 2v2. And, oh my God, yung spike na drop. Ito na si Pastor Chamber, mga kaibigan, maghahalap na pwedeng sumapi sa kanya. Pero, tamang kuha-kuha lang, men. Napakaganda ng ginawa dito ng Aryu. Using the ultimate para lang at least makuha yung spike. Diba?
Talino.
Oo. Pagkakuha, sipat agad. Di mo naman kailangan mag-push or anything like that eh. Pero yun nga lang, oh my God, hinadukin yung isa. Georgie, can you get an ace? Let's see. Meron na atang pang-cover photo si Georgie, mga kaibigan. Mamaya ipapush niya sa Valorant PH na nakapag-ace siya dito sa VCT. Pero let's see. Georgie, give me the ace. Yan ang sinasabi ni Georgie ngayon dito kay Aryu. Pero sino ba makakita to? Pero Aryu! Diyos ko pa, bakit mo kinuha yung ace ni Georgie?
Pa-highlights na yun! Pero okay lang. 5-3 pa rin naman. Bumawi ang APH ngayon. When you take a look at it, si Georgie, ginawang unrated na naman tong round na to. Una pick off, pangalawa, in-erase lahat ng naghihintay sa kanila sa C-site, and even if nawala yung spike sa kanila, ginamit lang naman kagad ni Aryo ang kanyang ultimate, and that's just it. The post-plant itself, maganda din yung pagka-plant na hindi na sila nag-plant sa default, plinat na nila sa backside, and looking at it, bumabawi ang APH. May mga rounds yan na nahihirapan sila, pero after a few adjustments, they're back on track.
Ito, they are really back. Pero dyan, oh! Mas mabilis ang daliri ng Pinoy, baby boy! Diyos ko po! Isipin mo, kagigising lang ni John Olsen, si Georgie puyat na! Ganyan kabilis sa pero PTC, nakachamba naman ng dalawa. Or you win a big trade-off. 3v3, are you? Inuubos din yung mga players ng APH nga. Ay, ng full sense ngayon. Sorry, kakampi pala na yun. Friendly fire yung mangyayari if ever si Aryo inubos niya yung mga kakampi niya. Pero but still, itong full sense, walang ginawa kundi mag-backstab walang ginawa kundi maglikod. Diyos ko po, ayaw makipaglaban, harap-harapan, gusto, sa likuran. Pero yun nga lang, alam na yan ng APH. Diyos ko po, tsalala, nakadalawa pa, puso kay Eman. Puso kay Eman, mga kaibigan. Hindi ka tinatamaan ng shocker, pero Lams Max with a big kill. 6-3, ginawang puno si kaibigang Eman.
Okay na yan. 6 on. Yan. Sayang dito. Nakakuha na kagad against kay John Olsen. Pero last na naglaro sa may sa Gardens. Pupunta kay Ilong. At inaharangan nga kagad ang mga miyembro ng APH. Pero balik tayo dito. Yan. At sa either 6 on length, 7-5, not bad sa attacking ng APH. Dahil mas inaabangan ko sila sa defending. Dahil titigil ang mundo ng full sense mamaya-maya lang. But on the other side, si John Olsen, tinitignan ko. Meron ba siyang mababawa sa APH? Pero lahat ng mga miyembro ng APH ay sama-sama lang ngayon. Nalabas na din kagad ni Georgia ang kanyang Bladestorm. At tignan natin kung makakapitas nga ba ulit siya dito.
Pero ito na. It's just the players of APH right now. Wala silang pera at all. Batman, meron siya Spectre. Pero nga lang, George trying to go in dito lang sa may B. Pero pwede siya mag-dash, pwede siya mag-up. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po. Tamang chacha lang. Si D-Love, medyo hindi talaga siya nag-ingay dito. Para lang syempre, binabait lang yung sarili niya. And ako na medyo masama pa na pakinggan yun. Pero but still, si Sova ano sa backside trying to trade off si D ngayon, but still wala silang idea kung saan talaga pupunta ang APH, mga kami, pero I think it's B. I think it's A rather. Georgie pushing in, PTC being activated with that paranoia though. Georgie looking to fall down to the hands of Lamistas, pero Lamistas pushing in together with the other players of FS. Lamistas meron pa siyang shock dart though, pero it's just everything is actually going down to the hands of Full Sense. Walang pera ang APH kanina, pero but still puso lang.
Sama daw sa atin dito. Yung, maraming gusto sa atin sumama dito sa pag-shout kasi. Tara dito kayo, tropa. Pasok lang sa Discord. Ngayon, mukhang nakakalabang kahit pa paano ang full sense. Pero kasi ganito lang, pinapakabalang tayo ng APH parate. Kaya tingnan mo, 7-5 yan. Ready na rin kaagad si Zero Death Yo. Tapos Batman and Eman, isa na lang before they can finally unleash yung ultimates nila. And looking at it, alam na nga rin nila ang information kung saan nila i-expect ang makakatulad ni John Olsen. Pero nga lang, Georgie nag-dash in lang! At ako po, nabawasan nga lang ni D. Tapos sumupay pa si John Olsen.
Nagkasabayan pa nga talaga yung mga ginagawa dito, pero basta si Batman nakakuha naman siya ng malaking trade-off. And ang problema rin kasi, mapa rin kasi talaga ng full sense itong Haven, pero malay mo talaga makabawi ngayon ng APH, mga kaibigan. Hindi pa naman tapos to 7-3 pa lang naman. So pwede pa talagang meron pang chance na mag 7-5, pero if ever nag 9-3 to, my god, 9-3 curse is real.
At ngayon, ayan, iniwala ko sa 7-5. Miracle, are you? Batman, Zero Death Yo. Ready na nga sila kagad. They go with the mid-take. Unleashing kagad ang kanilang lockdown. At ito, maganda. Para sa post-plat, ilalabas na nga din kagad nila. Pero ina-expect ba ni Aryo na meron katulad din? John Olsen, alam na nga rin kagad dahil na-destroy na rin kagad ang mga utilities around just to be able to see kung saan ba ang mga taga Full Sense. But looking at it, may isang na-detain. Pinaglalaroan na lang ngayon ang mga taga AP. Zero Detyo gets one. Nilabas ang paranoia din. At medyo naging hesitant si PTC together with D. Pero nga lang, Zero Detyo, makikita tayo ng clutch. Oh! 1v2! 1v1! Naku po, si D, dinedefuse. Pupunta na kagad Zero Detyo!
Let's go! Zero Detyo with a kill. Tesseract mga kaibigan. Diyos ko po, 1v4. Kahit 6 pa yan. Maganda, napakagandang ginawa dito ng Zero Detyo. Medyo mabagal lang talaga yung pag-entry nila, pero Diyos ko. Si Zero Det lang. Lumilipad-lipad ka ba? Pa-Blazestorm ka ba? Hindi naman tumatama.
Sabi sa inyo, 7-5. At di pa nagamit, di nasayang yung lockdown. At di pa nagamit yung Hottest Fury. Grabe naman ang ginawa doon na clutch. Vera Esports clutch moment of the game. Pero John Olsen, binawasan na naman si Georgie. Okay lang yan.
Op, di la fam! Ay nako, kainis.
Pagsabihan mo nga.
Ano ko ba? Teka, lalagin ko nga yung mga accounts nila para ma-disconnect sila. Joke lang. Walang ganon.
Maniwala.
Ito si MNFPS medyo narinig to ng Full Sense for sure, pero ito nagka-flash pero lalabas muna na si Doggy pero mukhang hindi naman ata. And see it is, yan ang planong pero kung napapansin mo si Sky at saka si Jet mukhang nagbabackstab ata, pero ito lang long gatog na Lamis Nax mga kaibigan, wala siya nakikita siya kasi lahat ng mga players ngayon AP nasa taas 3v5, wala pang bawas ngayon AP ang FS, pero but still APH, wala pa rin halos bawas yung mga players sila dito, so they actually pull something off na kahit konting lamang lang din. RU and Eman will gonna fall down to the hands of Full Sense. 8-4 to end the first half here in this first game.
Nice half. Good up. Galing sa 8H. Tignan mo, kapag nanalo sila ng pistol, nanalo sila ng 3 consecutive rounds after this round, alam mo na makakabawi talaga ang APH. Pero looking at it, aggressiveness, nasa-shutdown ng parati si Georgie. But right now, nasa defending sila and he will be able to play passively with that operator. Napakalaking factor to sa side ng APH. And 8-4 nga, yep, they might be shut down sa first half. Pero feel ko tong APH, they're back on track dahil nasa defending na sila. At sila na ang mag-aabang ngayon sa side ng Full Sense.
Yeah. Makakabawi na ata yung mga players natin ngayon. Pero kung hindi, edi okay. Ano nga pala, big shoutout nga pala kay Boss Albert. Well,
shoutout.
Long time, bossing.
May humingi ng kabilang
So, sige, men, ito promise, if hiningi nyo yung link ng Thai stream, okay lang. Sige.
Oh!
Okay lang. Sila lang din naman nagkakaintindihan diyan eh.
Tayo lang din nagkakaintindihan.
Oo, hayaan natin sila, masaya tayo dito. Hayaan natin sila, men. Huwag na natin silang pakialaman. Masaya tayo dito, masaya din sila doon. Kanya-kanyang trip yan, men.
Eto. Ano ba ang next na gagawin ng APH? 8-4? Okay
May
lang
nabasa
to.
nga ako. May nabasa ako. Ano ba yan? Hala, baka matalong APH kasi Vilyong Caster. Okay ka lang? Kailan pa? 2022 na mga kaibigan. Caster pa rin ang may kasalanan kung bakit natatalo ang mga Pinoy. Oo. 2022 na! Diyos ko! Ano ka, naka-Internet Explorer?
Dati pa shortcut lang naman tayo. Unbiased pa nga eh. Diba?
Oo. Cheer nga namin eh.
Oo, cheer nga namin yung APH. Kita mo naman, diba?
Pero alam mo sa tao lang eh, malakas talaga ang Full Sense. I mean, ano ko rin to eh. I mean, fan ako ng Full Sense eh. Swear. Pero ngayon, ha? Who you? Who you? Pero ito na. Mukhang gagayahin ata ng full sense ginawa ni APH kanina. Mga idol ng full sense ang APH eh. Gagayahin nila, men. Gaya-gaya lang, di ba? Walang maisip na strat.
Oo. Oh, kaya kita mo.
Lumipad yung ulo ni John Olsen. Pero, it's just, nagkaroon sila dito ng trade-off. Pero nga ng D-Lab fam, actually take down 2v4, puso lang, men, maraming tao sa likod mo, Lamistax, paano ka nakarating dyan, Lamistax? Pero muntik na sila hindi magkatamaan dito ng right click ng Classic, pero 2v3, winnable, mga kaibigan. Ayan, Batman, maghanap ka ng ghost. Ayan, nakahanap na.
Like that. Meron nga lang nasa likod!
Asa si PTC, my God! Diyos ko po. Zero Death Yo. Magagawa ba niya ulit yung clutch na ginawa niya kanina, pero mahirap to. Zero Death Yo, the clock is ticking. Hindi niya alam na meron pang tao dito sa may garage. Oh no. PTC, galawang sneaky!
Hi! Low kasi sa HP Zero Death Yo. Nakalahati na eh. At ngayon, PTC naggaling sa likod eh, naggaling sa B eh. Hindi na, tumitas pa ng isa, nakakuha pa ng info. Ito na. Ano kaya, magigising na ba ang APH ngayon? Pag natatambak sila dito sa event, bumabawi sila eh. So, baka yung oras, 9-9. Or 10-10 yan mamaya, makakabawi ang APH. Kailangan ng momentum, kailangan ng huminga ng APH, konting reset, and it's gonna be possible. Pero ang full sense, nag-force pa rin sila dito para magkaroon ng advantage. But on the other side,
APH delikado. Pero alam mo, Raisel Claraval, hindi natin dapat binibilang yan. Kasi kahit anong score, talagang babawi ang APH dito. Pero ang ginawa lang dito, tamang kinuha lang nila yung star dito sa may C. Siyempre, para makakuha nila yung orb dito sa may silong. Pero yung are you? We're gonna go down. Bilis ng delivery ni John Olsen. Feeling ko may lahing Pinoy ito eh. Oh my God! No scope! 360!
May sound effects kami.
Sorry.
Hey! Uy! John Olsen oh. Patamain mo! Ay! Tumama nga.
Give me the ace though. Ito si John Olsen may lahing Pinoy. Ito mabilis yung daliri na ito eh.
Mga Pinoy eh.
Oo. Lamistax, inagaw yung pang post ni John Olsen sa Valorant Thailand. Ipopost siya sana yun sa Valorant TH. Kung may Valorant PH, syempre in Thailand merong Valorant TH. Inagaw yung ace.
Nangaagaw pala ng ace to eh. Puro nangaagaw ng ace eh, no? Yung mga tropa natin galing sa Valorant TH at Valorant PH. Pero gusto ko lang i-shoutout si Super MJ. Miss you, bro. Yan. Nami-miss mo na ako, ha? Huwag mo ma-miss masyado.
Nagka-miss-yuhan na nga. Kala mo naman talaga. Pero ang problema dito mga kaibigan is merong vandal yung mga players dito ng APH. So pwede na sila makabawi dito. Sumisilip si Giorgio. Sino mas mabilis ng daliri? John Olsen o Giorgio? Magkakita. Pero Diyos ko po, 1v1 lang daw. Sabi ni John Olsen. 1v1 lang daw. Healing over here. Tamang heal lang si Eman. Pero kung napapansin natin, mukhang hindi ata nagpa-perform ng solid si Eman dito. Pero hopefully sa mga susunod niyang mga rounds, talaga makabawi siya. Pero ito man, nilabas na nga yung doggy dito. Papunta dito sa may C. Link, pero PTC, ganun sa montage right now. Pero D-Love Fam dito na sa may Gedli. Pero ano ba mangyayari dito if ever? Diyos ko po, Lamistax will get a kill onto a Batman 4v5. Pero kahit anong mangyari, lamang pa rin talaga ang APH. Babawi ang APH. Chalala will plant the spike. And oh my God, hinadukin na nga rin talaga. Pero ano ginagawa mo dyan? Laban lang tayo dito. Ba't ka nagtiteleport? Pero, Zero Death Yo with a push, 2v3, 2v2 right now. John Olsen with just that Marshall. Napakadaming pera ni John Olsen. Pero binitik lang. D-Love Fam, nasa may likod pero may nakatingin dyan. Oh my God! Hindi nakatingin! 1v1 with a great one. John Olsen with a blade storm up with a silip. Ano ginagawa mo dyan? John Olsen, nakachamba na naman! Diyos ko! Someone stop this guy! No way!
22-7! No! Grabe to. Ano sumanib kay John Olsen yun? Ba't palang paluto? Kadata kinain na ito. Ay! Ba't ganun? Nakakapagta. Pero, APH, babangon ang APH. Comeback to, comeback. May diba? 13-11. Baka masisi sa atin. Oh, kita mo si Eman. Oh, nabawasan kagad si PTC, but on the other side, si John Olsen kagad magagaling na sa silo. Meron ba siya mapipick off dito? Pero meron din nakabang sa kanya. Syempre, ayun na nga! Maglalaro sila and si Georgie! Nabawasan ni D-Love. At susunod na nga kagad si Aryo. Abat na lang kagad.
Masyadong generous ang mga Pinoy. Hindi mo ba alam, Ray, na ang APH ganito yan? Pag naglaro ang APH, pag nanalo sila, matatalo lagi ang APH sa game number 1. Lagi yan. Kasi dito sa Valorant Philippines, Challengers VPCT. Pag naglaro sila dito sa VCT Philippines, mga kaibigan, lagi na natalong APH sa simula. Lagi yan. Lagi. Kasi ang APH, laging game 3. Men, lagi silang game 3 talaga. Pero tingnan natin if ever kung matatalo ba sila kasi hindi pa naman tapos tong laban na to. Pero yung alam mo kang planted for planted sa backside, planted dito sa may city. Pero yun nga lang dyan, wala nang oras si Zero Death Yo. Pero may lumilipad-lipad pa para makasilip ko nasa pa dito si Zero Death Yo. Pero wala ka ng oras, kapatid. Taman G ka lang din. Pero John Olsen, we're gonna take you down. Full Sense is on a match point already.
Match point. Alam mo, yan nga sinabi mo, di ba? Sa unang map talaga, APH, ganito nangyayari sa kanila eh. So, abangan natin. Sa susunod nga, which is going to be in split, but on the other side, palong-palo! Full Sense! Kalmado nga lang daw yung casters nila sa kanila eh. Tayo, happy kami ni Vil parate. Kaya, syempre, hindi kami kakalma dito. Galit na kami. Ayun na!
Oo.
Ano kaya ang gagawin ng APH ngayon? Depending.
Alam niyo naman guys, taga-cheer lang kami dito pero mukhang may nagpo-push na ata which is si PTC. Cheer lang natin ang APH, mga kapatid. Ganun ang ginagawa natin para syempre magkaroon sila ng buff kahit konti. Pero John Olsen! Oh my God! A Batman! Hindi niya kailangan makita si John Olsen para mapatay! My God! A Batman! Asan yung isang mata mo?
Ay! At ngayon, mukha nga, ano pa ang next na gagawin? APH, lumalaban? 3 na lang kagad natitira sa fuses. Ano ba ang hinihintay nating oras para sa APH? But on the other side, si Zero Death Yo. Kumukuha lang ng information.
Oh my God! Always check your corners, mga kaibigan. Kahit mabilis lang, kahit silip lang. Para lang syempre, pwede millisecond din yun eh. Pero yun nga lang, Lamis Nax, men. Meron siyang line up para ma-destroy yung yung lockdown na nilapag dito ni Batman, but still Georgie pushing in! Diyos ko pa, hindi ba nag-uusap tong mga to? Pero Batman with a twinkai! Let's see if ever kayo ma-Aryo! Buhay pa ang APH! Kung napapansin mo, si Pastor Chamber, andun lang sa gilid, andun lang siya sa may monster eh. Hindi siya umalis sa may monster, men.
Hindi talaga nagpaparinig tong APH. Hindi pa tapos. Diba? Pero sayang lang yun. Always check your course. Pero at least yung manpower din talaga ng APH nandun. 7 rounds before they can finally manage to an overtime. Ito na ba kagad hinihintay nating pick up sa kanila? Good the way for Abatman to actually unleash that lockdown para lang talaga ma-pick off ang mga miyembro ng Full Sense at di na nalalam ang gagawin nila next round. Pero ito na nga, 12-5, kumukuha pa rin ng information ng ibang miyembro ng Full Sense pero ready na rin kaagad yung 4 out of 5 ultimates that they have.
Pero ito na, the pride of Thailand. Full Sense. Isa na lang ang kailangan nila for them to be included. Hindi pa naman. Isang win. For them to be included sa watch list ng APH kung sino mga tatalulong nila. Pero yung namin sa tatamahan pa ng konti dito, si Chalala in the morning. Natawaan si Zero Death Yo. Pero but still, kung napapansin mo, meron siyang Hunter's Fury dito Pwede na actually pigilan yung mga players dito na magpo-push galing A. Kahit sewers man yan or A long. Depende pa rin. Batman! Oh my God! Nice one! Kala ko makakaalis pa si Dilang Pam eh.
Kinabahan ako doon.
Kinabahan ako doon eh, muntik na eh. Kinrossfire siya ng turret at saka ni Abatman wala siyang nagawa eh.
Ay, naman. Oh, Batan! Sabi ko sa inyo, nandiyan na siya. He's back on track. Tatlo na lang kagad natitira sa full sense siren yun. Sinilabas na kagad ang adukat pati flash dito naman galing kay Eman. Konting oras na lang pwede na lang idali na sobra. Pero ngayon, sino pa ba ang makakuha lang na stocks?
Diyos ko po, kalungkutan. Okay lang yan. Game number 1. Masyado tayong mabait mga kaibigan. Ibibigay natin yan sa kalaban para lang syempre maranasan nila kung ano ba yung feeling magkaroon ng score.
Pinagbigyan lang. Generous ang mga Pinoy, hospitable tayo. Kaya usually din naman ang APH, unang map, napipick off talaga sila. Kaya ito din ang tinatawag ni APH map pickers. So next map, dito talaga sila babawi tsaka sa last map, which is going to be in Ascent.
Nag-usap talaga tayo eh, no? Tinanggal natin yung mga bucket hats natin eh. Hindi na kasi mainit eh. Okay lang yun. Shoutout siya pa sa nagbibenta ng Yakult. Pero yun nga, we've seen it already. It's just, man, Full Sense is like literally destroyed APH on the map na pinili nga ng APH. Pero we can say na talagang yung Full Sense, andito sila talagang for them to be there sa Iceland. Babalik sila ng Iceland mga kaibigan. Totoo yung sinabi ni Black and Blue actually na merong tsansa na makalipad ulit ang Full Sense doon eh. Meron talagang tsansa. And it's really up to them kung how will they do that though. But for the side of APH, ang number 1 na kalaban nila dito is experience. In terms of experience mga kaibigan, Full Sense, they got it all. They competed in a lot of championships already. They competed there in Champions Berlin against all the best teams in the world. They did that. But APH, in order for them to be there sa Masters Berlin, Iceland muna, kailangan muna nila durugin yung representative ng Southeast Asia back then sa Valorant Champions, which is ang Full Sense. Pero yun nga, tulad sinasabi ko, experience ang kalaban ng APH ngayon. Ngayon ang sobrang dami ng Full Sense. Fan ako ng Full Sense, oo. Pero mas fan ako ng APH.
Oo, syempre. Syempre, APH yan eh. Nagkano lang. Mahirap talaga makipag-go up against a team such as Full Sense, but at the same time, yung APH nga, it takes so much time for them to actually hit things up. And let's see if what will happen sa next map. Dahil ngayon nga ay nakuha nga ng Full Sense. And sabi nga ng panel, they have a point, but at the same time, let's not discard kung ano bang meron ng APH on the other side. Marami lang din nasayang around sometimes sa mga 1v1s, although nakuha nga ni Zero Death Yo yung isang particular round, but on the other rounds talaga, grabe din yung init ni John Olsen. He's been doing perfectly compared din talaga sa naging laban nila against Onyx G last time. But let's see what will happen pa more dahil ngayon aabangan natin ang next reset coming in from APH. We go next is what we have. And ngayon, the discipline will come most likely here in Split.
Yeah, we're gonna see that dito naman sa maliit na mapa na to sa Split. And knowing that this is the map that is picked by a Full Sense, we're gonna see if ever talagang ito 2-0 na nila to or makakabawi ang mga Pinoy later on sa pagbabalik ng VCT Asia Pacific. Pero yeah, alam na natin na malakas ang puso ng Pinoy. So for sure, magi-game 3 tayo. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching VCT APAC Broadcasters, Villain Ray here. See ya.
Lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley.
test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call, like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend.
We are now here sa laban between APH and Full Sense in VCT APAC Challengers. Kami ang shoutcasters. Ako si Ray Ray at kasama ko pa rin si Phil. At may kita na nga natin na magiging laban nila sa split. Pero onting summary lang para sa mga nanonood. Unang map nga was in Haven. Pinili nga ito ng APH but unfortunately nga nanalo ang Full Sense. But tignan natin kung makakaroon ba tayo ng reverse sweep by APH.
Yeah, we're gonna see that if ever lang talagang magkakaroon tayo ng isang matinding comeback kasi alam naman talaga natin na dito sa VCTPH laging 3 games ang APH, so we're gonna get to see if ever hanggang ngayon nasa kanila pa rin yung charisma na ganoon. But still, like what Black and Blue said, it's just if ever nakuha ng Full Sense ang first map, it's gonna be a 2-0 if ever. Pero syempre, I mean, at least nasuportahan natin yung mga sariling atin, di ba? Yun ang pinaka-okay dun, man. Tinry natin ng best para syempre ma-boost yung confidence and moral ng mga players natin ngayon. Actually, minessage nga si Georgie. Sabi ko sa lalo, pre, galingan mo. Gumanon ako. Hindi, legit. Pag nanalo ko niya rin APH or anything like that, message ko, oy, Georgie, grabe yung hype ko sa'yo, ganyan. Okay, thank you siya, alam mo yan. Kasi masaya. Sarap to feeling. Sabi nila actually, natutuwa daw sila if ever narinig daw nila yung mga pinagkasabi ko sa kanila. Sa naos, nakakausap ko yung nung isang araw. Natutuwa daw sila if ever. Yeah, so, alam mo yun, parang talagang yung mga ganitong gestures na ginagawa natin, yun yung nagbibigay sa kanila ng motivation di ba? Motivation. Tapos let's see if mabibigyan ba ng APH ng emotional damage ang Full Sense ngayon, men. Ganun lang yun.
Bibigyan na lang ng pressure. And then let's see. After we've seen a lot of good matches also ng APH dito sa split. although we haven't seen much din sa side ng Full Sense, they're also good here. So, tignan na lang natin kung may magiging changes ba pagdating sa strat or talagang tong APH, sabi nila, okay, we go next after that Haven. Dito sa split, makakabawi tayo and it's not impossible. We've seen a lot of matches by APH na ganito. Nangyayari sa split yung nagiging determining factor and yet, nananalo sila. But on the other side, experience-wise talaga, mas nakakalamang syempre ang Full Sense. There's no denying that. But ano nga bang experience? Isang team na gutom manalo at gutom makatuntong para sa next week and that will be APH. Abang-abang to. And Georgie, just a little bit of that reset with that jet of his. I'm sure naman magiging okay dahil kanina din sobrang ganda na performance sa Haven.
Yeah. And dito naman sa split na din talaga, we've seen a lot of plays na ginawa talaga din ng Full Sense dito. Well, actually, ang Full Sense kasi isa yun sa pinakamalakas talaga sa buong Asia Pacific, man. Hindi lang sa Thailand. Kasi if ever you're gonna check the stats, ang rankings ng Full Sense is pang third. Ang una isang X10 or Cirque siya na ngayon. Second, Team Secret. Pangatlo ang Full Sense. So kalaban ng APH, yung pangatlong pinakamalakas sa buong Asia Pacific region. Pero if ever you're gonna check the rankings of Action PH, nasa 17 sila. On just below Global Esports, which is sadly na-eliminate na rin siya. Pero ito, rankings to I mean, ito yung stats na talagang tinitignan talaga natin. Pero if ever na mapatuloy pa rin talaga ng APH yung kanilang streak na lagi silang nananalo ng game 2 and 3, mataas ang win rate. Sobrang taas ng win rate ng APH sa game number 3. Kahit sa VCT PH kasi halos lahat ng ng laro nila may 3 games. Matik 'yon, may 3 games talaga. So, alam mo 'yun, parang 80%, 90% of their matches 3 games, then yung mga game number 10 na lagi na nananalo. Alam mo 'yun, talagang meron silang third map buff talaga na pinapakita dito. Pero sana dumating tayo sa point na mapunta tayo sa third map if ever na talaga kung makakayanan ba na talunin ng Action PH ang Full Sense sa mapang pinili ng Full Sense. Well, we can say na undeniably na talaga si John Olsen is like just a beast of a player, man. Formerly top 1 sa Radiant, na unahan niya ako. Kainis nga. Pero
top 2.
Top 2 kasi ako. I mean, top 1 kasi ako nun, pero biglang natulog kasi ako. I overslept. Yun. Tapos bigla na lang pagka-login ko siya na yung top 1. So, ayun. Tas
Palong-palo.
Hindi na natulog si John Olsen. Kaya naunahan ako.
Kaya palong-palo pag hindi natutulog.
But yeah, here sa mga para mga kaibigan, sino ba talaga ang pipiliin ng mga players natin ngayon? It's gonna be all these agents and Killjoy it is kay Batman pa rin. Never ending Killjoy. Indeed. Nag-chamber siya kahapon pero it didn't work that well kay Batman kasi sinabi na rin yun mismo Sinabi na yun na hindi rin siya sanay sa chamber. Pero but still, we don't have any choice at all. All we need to do is adjust to all the circumstances.
But dito tayo makita ng interesting take. We have double Sentinel once again sa defending side ng APH. And we're happy to see na si Zero Deathyo is gonna go for that Sage. We've seen him pop off especially here in this map. But on the other side, dito naman sa Full Center, there's gonna be sticking with that Cypher plus that Astra. And magdo-double duel sila. John Olsen together with Lamistax just to be able to add up sa kanilang entry dito nga sa first half. But let's see what can happen here. Dahil napakaganda ng ng kanilang mga agent selection, especially sa side nila on the very first half. Magiging dikit nga ba to o yung momentum itself nasa side ng Full Sense or itong APH just a small amount of time, we're sure na makakapag-reset naman sila and they're gonna getting a lot of frags here and on. But then, meron pa rin tayong Sky dito, so ang ganda na magiging connection between that Jet together with that Sky. But APH, eto na ata ang oras na mare-reverse sweep nila ang Full Sense.
Yeah. This is gonna be the curse dito sa side ng Full Sense. Kung napapansin mo, si Georgie, parang ang baba ata ng tingin niya. Saan siya naglalaro sa Game Boy? Liit eh. Katingin sa baba eh, no? Ayun, no? Tala mo. Asa ba yung monitor siya? Sa ano?
Sa mukha niya siguro.
Hindi. Yung monitor niya parang sobrang siya nakatingin sa baba. Oo ba? Saan ka laro sa phone? Ganun? Laro sa iPad eh. Pero but still, medyo mabagal muna. Ceasefire it is! Kalmahan lang din pero delikado to if ever magpupush to itong mga players ng Full dito sa A kasi napakadaming dito traps pero it's just Full Sense going in. Here in A, natamaan na ka ng alarm but with all these numbers from Grenade pero wala pa naman si Zero mga kaibigan. He actually catches, sees one rather but PTC and D-Love fam will gonna end the misery of the players of APH dito sa side ng A pero yun nga lang inubos si Chalala. Yung mga tumalon galing mid. Hoy, hindi na umalis yung ibon.
Ano
yung
na
ibon!
yan?
Hindi lumipad! Kinunang lipad yung ibon mga kaibigan. Diyos ko mo, pagod na! Napagod na yung ibon ni Eman! Ano nangyari dun, men?
Nabitin.
Oo. Alam niyo
na,
nakita ko yung ginagawa ni Eman. Inaakyat niya, tinataas niya di ba? Pero, wala eh. Saan?
Okay, pistol lang. Pagbigay na naman ang mga taga-APH. At ngayon, grabe naman itong Full Sense. Mabilis sa take. But on the other side, let's see what will be the buff na meron ngayon ng APH on the other side. At mid-take na naman ang Full Sense. Labas ko naman ang meron sa kanilang mga utilities. Pero Zero Detio, sana maka-pick off siya dito as John Olsen will be getting aggressive. And speaking of the tatlong nag-aabang sa kanila kaso nga sa sakto at ang stars ngayon. And looking at it, naka 3K na kagad si John Olsen sa isang iglap.
John Olsen, bigla lang dito talaga nagwawala pero Batman is the man with all the right click pero nice one, nice. Batman, 5 HP, winnable. Bam! Walang Spectre sa inyo! Ha?
Tingnan mo, makakapitas ba yan? Sa Classic 5 HP, Batman!
Pero si Batman kailangan niyang mamatay dito. Kailangan niya talaga mamatay, if ever. Okay. Kailangan Batman, kalma ka lang. Hawak mo ang mundo pero Lamis Dax, naunahan ka lang ng konti. Pero tandaan nyo, if ever, ito si John Olsen, mabilis din ang kamay nito kasi may lahing Pinoy ito eh. Ito si Juan Olsen.
Klase natin yan dati, diba?
Si Juan Olsen mga kaibigan, ito siya.
One enemy remaining.
Hala ko nga, yan talaga yung pangalan niya eh. Mukha kasing mukhang may pagka-western yung mukha ni John Olsen eh. So, yeah.
Actually,
diba?
Akala ko may lahi eh. Pero dun sinek ko, pure talaga. Pure siya.
Sorry, natawa ako.
Hindi, I mean, paano ba? Sorry.
Parang aso lang.
Oy, wala akong sinabing ganun, Ray.
Okay, sorry. Pero yun nga, you're looking at it, good cover coming in from Zero Detio, pero nagkakaskas na nga ngayon ng yellow ang mga katulad ni John Olsen at alam na nga baka agad ni Zero Detio kung meron pa silang matatimingan. But looking at Georgie, pag nawala yan, tignan mo John Olsen. Pitas ka dyan.
Tignan mo, nagkakaskas lang yan sa John Olsen. Namimiss nila kasi yung halo-halo sa Pilipinas. Tsaka yung scramble. Diba? Ito kasi yung ginagawa nyo ng bata siya. Nagkakaskas ng yellow sa scramble. Pero Eman FPS will gonna go down. Pero delikado to kasi full buy ang APH ngayon. Knowing na ito yung mapa pinili talaga ng APH na makabawi sila, pero nga Batman meron tao sa kaliwa mo, boy! Di lang ba Jalala will take down Georgie and the Batman 2v4 situation. 0 death, yo, kill on to 1, tamang pa shots lang din. Pre-fires, uy, meron pang camera doon sa Melikon, pero wala sila idea kung tulad si Aryu, pero nga nakakataan na nga ng ulo dito sa may hell. Pero Aryu, the only man remaining, 1v3, dalawang vandal ang kalaban mo dito. Tila fam, andun lang sa may Genji, pero yung na-planted yung spike, planted para sa kanila pa. Aryu is in a top spot kasi baka malikuran siya. Di siya alala, oh no, 0-3. Men, ang babait talaga ng mga Pinoy, di ba? Okay lang na kahit hindi sila makascore. Basta yung kalaban meron, okay lang yan. Kasi mamaya, babawi naman ulit ang APH.
Nagigising na yan, Bill. Nagigising na itong mga taga-APH. Pero ito lang yung problema din, yung si D, nakakapag-lurk, nakakapagpitas pa ng isa, dalawa. Hindi na-expect ng APH kung paano nga ba gagalaw si D sa side ng full sense, pero kailangan na nila ma-pick off yan. It's gonna be different sa kanila, pero ito na nga, APH puro sheriff lang ang hawak-hawak. And what will be the next point in time as of now, as they want to get a lot of kills and at the same time maybe just win this. Pero full sense talaga, ganda ng mid-take nila, ang ganda ng mga distractions nila against APH eh.
Yeah, makikita natin yan if ever talaga magpapadistract sila ng sobra, pero ang problema it's just the sheriff lang din, and yung mga classic ng APH ang kailangan makabawi dito kalaban ng mga ARs ng full sense. It's gonna be so hard if ever knowing na defending ka pa na talagang ganito ang kakahit nan. I don't know if that's right, pero yun nga, John also with a kill onto 1, 0 death, yo, with a big trade-off. Headshot onto John also, and Lamy Snacks trying to repossession lang din, pero yun nga lang, si Lamy Snacks mukhang nasobrahan ata sa kape. Nasobrahan ata sa kape ang kuya, mukhang nervyoso si kaibigan Lamy Snacks, pero Trailblazer will be there, pero nakita agad ni Lamy Snacks yun, pero yun nga lang, meron tao dyan sa kaliwa mo, Lamy Snacks! Walang bullets, pero di lang fam, 1v1 lang kasi, pati sumasali!
Sila lang eh. Nikki, third part.
Nilabanan ka ng 1v1 pero Diyos ko, parang tawag ka ng backup?
Sige boy, backup. Dito yung isa. Pero advantage ko sa barrel ng full set. Ito na, gising na tong APH. Natalo na sila ng 4 na rounds. Ito na yung time nila dahil si Georgie nakahawak na hagad ng kanyang operator. At dapat hindi na i-waste ng opportunity pa ng APH to! Gising-gising na. Gising na si Georgie. Oh, yun na.
Nakakita ni Georgie yung tuhod ni Sky Mob. Nagkakita. Si Sky ba? Hindi si Riz pala yun. Sila Mistax pala yun, mga kaibigan. Joke lang. Pero but still, nagkakita na nga ng tuhod dito. Pero nakikita naman natin ngayon si John Olsen, mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever makakusya ni Georgie with a kill on to 1! Oh my God! Kitang-kita na John Olsen. Nakapicturean si Georgie. Naglalakad pa. Ginawang luneta ang heaven. Pero Eman FPS. Big kill, win all bang up. Tamang jump pick lang, pero Batman hindi ka na pwedeng sumilip pa ng isa pa kasi if ever ginawa mo ulit yun, baka ma-GG ka. Pero sinuset over kill on to 1, pero nga lang, oh my God, John Olsen, mabilis ang daliri, fast hands lang. 2v2, Oreo and Eman, the only man remaining for the side of APH, pero nga lang Eman, oh no, meron tayo dito sa may screens. Kailangan i-check yung likod nyo, umiikot na si PPC. Check your corners, check your 6, pero let's see, mukhang na-flash na nga dito si Eman, ladies and gentlemen, pero let's see, wala na ata nakita si Eman, Diyos ko po, ilaw lang. Totoo pala talaga na bago ka mamatay, puti ang makikita mo.
Scientifically speaking, totoo nga yun.
Oo.
Pero to,
Na-flash siya eh. So, puti. Tapos, ay.
sayang to actually. Panalo na APH! Nakabawas pa ito din eh. Sayang din, hindi na nakuha si PTC. Di na timingan kagad ni Emma na meron na palang magpupush sa kanila. And full sense still winning this with a 5-0. And yung stronghold talaga, palong-palo!
Tingnan natin.
At
walang pera ulit ang APH, mga kaibigan. Kailangan nilang makabawi dito, boy. Tandaan nyo, ang APH ay parang diesel engine.
Cage triggered.
Kailangan munang painitin bago paandarin. Kanina nung game 1 pa sila nagpapainit. Sana mainit na sila pero ka ng dila fa when they go out to M and FPS. Oh, Diyos ko po, natamaan siya.
Yan na.
Gipit na gipit sa Jory kaya sa patilim ko mapit. Diyos ko po, spray and play. Zero Deathio, breaking low to Challenger right now. Zero Deathio, I got you, bro. Binoy ang patay. 2v2. Are you with just that Sheriff on hand for PTC? Guns out.
30 seconds left. Team Ace.
Lahat sila nakapatay. Team Ace. Grabe, sobrang balong-balo si John Olsen. Feeling ko, 2 linggo tong nag-Valorant, walang tigil eh.
Kaya sa top 10 parate.
Oo, kaya ako nauunahan lagi. Heist.
Yung heist may H-A-Y-Z-X. Heist. Pero to. As for PTC, kanina din siya pitas sa mga miyembro ng APH and he's been doing it together with the D. Sobrang laking problema to sa side ng APH. Pero ano nga ba ang magiging next step nila ngayon? Dahil hindi nga nag-work yung particular strat nila dito. And are you? Okay, chillax lang. Kaya-kaya yan.
Sabi ni Aryo, sorry pero hindi ko natamaan. Pero ito, off PTC. Sumisilip na pero nga nagkasilipan na nga. Pero that is the swing for the Dila fan with a big bait and switch na ginagawa nila. Aryu and Sir Detio doing a really good job. Just trying to deflect, just trying to deny the possible win. Pero Eman Epic all the way from rafters. Spike is dropped. 2v1. John Olsen, the only man who remaining. Huwag nyo nang silipin. Antayin nyo siya yung pumasok pero nagkasilipan na ka pero Eman FPS ang ka natin John Olsen 6-1, eto na ang pagbango ng api, eto na yun,
your champions.
eto na, pinascore lang, gusto pang manalo, pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo, yun ang sasabihin ng APH. May nagsimula na, this is the beginning.
Kailangan lang nila hindi matakot, Vil. Kita mo, di ba? Tinatapatan nila, kaya naman pala eh.
Kaya.
Kaya 6-all.
Kaya 6-6 to. 6-6, men. Ano ka ba? Buffet din yun, no? John Olsen, sumisilip lang. Wala na siyang Vandal, though. Trailblazer catches 2 dito sa mid. Pero, oh my God! Sino dito? Manikin to John Olsen. Pero eto na, Diyos ko po! Nice! Nice wall! Nice wall ni Sino Detyo! Walang natamaan! Yung bomba! Nilamis na sa mga kaibigan! Walang natamaan yung basuka! Nice wall! Yan! Kaya! Diba? Puso lang!
Labanan lang!
Dila fam! Pero let's see, PTC super low in HP pero meron bang hindi sila nagfa-flank eh. Hindi sila nagfa-flank. I mean, wala namang choice ang APH kundi ang FS kundi pumasok lang, 'di ba? Ganun lang naman. So aantayin lang 'yon ng APH. Pero eto na nga nagkasilipan ng iba, Batman. Inantay lang niya na mag-trigger yung kanyang turret para sumilip sila isa pero ng PTC super low in HP. Dilam fam still buhay pa pero Diyos ko po na tinunaw si PTC. Dilam fam 1v3 baka mana.
30 seconds left.
He tries to go. Ano po? Georgie! Nice! 6-all!
Nice one.
Pinapakabatay ng APH! Let's go po!
Kaya, di ba? Ito na yung mainit. Galit namin.
Nalusaw na eh, Batman!
Wala eh.
Ganda na step up eh.
Ganito kasi yan. Ang kalaban ng APH dalawa. FS at saka yung mga coach sa comment section. Ganyan eh.
Ayo.
Oo. Yun lang yan.
Sorry, coach.
Pero ito na. Georgie. May try doon na pumasok sa...
Dito ah.
May pumasok. Tinatago ko rin sa pangalang Robbie. Pero...
Sige, Justin.
Ang pangit, di ba? Sinabihin ko yung pangalan ko na pangit. Hey, what's up guys? My name's Justin. Hindi ako sanay. Op, Georgie. Shorty like a melody. Ni Georgie. Op, maganda. Sayang. Pero ito na, PTC. Meron siyang ibon dito. Oh, ito na yung seekers niya. Pero let's see if ever meron si Silip. My God. Sobrang solid yung yung disiplina ni PTC dito. Hindi muna siya sumilip. Kitang-kita mo yun. Hindi naman na kasi talaga kailangan sumilip. Pero kung napapansin nyo, ito na yung mga players ngayon ng full set na talaga yung spike. Pero APAC, they need to retake this. Nagkahatian na nga ng mundo. Pero ano ba ang gagawin ng full sense dito? Pero John Olsen trying to be really aggressive dito na sa gilid. Pero di lang with a kill 1-1 right now. Pero and now, that is the Cypher with a neural there. They know exactly kung nasan ba ang APAC ngayon. Eman, the only man remaining, we're gonna go down into the hands of John Olsen. 7-2 in favor of the Thai team.
7-5. 7-5 to. 7-5! Dito, kinuha na kagad yung cosmic divide din kasi. Timing din yun eh. Na pagpasok ng APH, sinabayan nila kagad. So, sa sobrang lakas ng APH, napa-time out pa rin yung full sense build.
Oh, di ba? Wala eh. Hindi nila kaya eh. Grabe yung sakit na grabe yung sobrang lakas ng APH kahit nanalo tayo pero kailangan natin mag-time out.
Kailangan na eh. Nakakatakot ang APH. But on the other side, VIL, sumasakto talaga tong full sense with the amount of discipline that they have.
Solid.
Naiwasan nila si Georgie doon sa kanyang hold sa A. Sa may ramps.
Yung ginawa ni PTC doon, solid discipline. Na talagang after that Seekers, hindi talaga siya muna talaga sumilip eh. Kasi what if meron tao doon sa may taas? Kasi mafe-feel naman yun if ever meron ng makitang Seekers eh. At wala namang magagawa si Georgie doon kundi umalis lang talaga. Kasi if ever natamaan siya ng Seekers, syempre, edi makukuha niya yung epekto nun. So, all they gotta do is just wait. For full sense, patience is key. Sobrang patience talaga. Sobrang patience. Sobrang patient nila ng full sense ngayon. Pero Batman, nilabas na niya ang kanyang Elder Frame Frenzy. Pero saan mo ba kinakalabit ang gatilyo ng Elder Frame Frenzy, mga kaibigan? Isipin nyo kung saan. Pero John Olsen here in mid, sparring out these players. Trailblazer. Okay. Alam nila na walang nag-mid. Pwedeng umalis dyan si Georgie at mag-reposition. Lami Stars with the Roomba. Kasabay pa yung napakadaming utilities ngayon ng full sense, mga kaibigan, going in, sabay-sabay. Pero delikado doon kasi it's just wala naman talagang pera din talaga ang EPH ngayon. Pero Lami Stars pushing in, catches one, MNFS with a kill onto Lami Stars. Pero it's all up to Zero Death Yo with just that Sheriff on hand. 1v4. This is not really going good into the side of APH. They need to do a comeback. One more orb for that resurrection. I mean, yes, pwede siya mag-revive ng isa. Pero ang tanong, sino? At delikado pa if ever na mag-revive pa rin siya. If ever nakapatay rin siya ng isa. 8-2. So, 4-8 or 9-3 or 2-10. Yun lang.
Choose between the score lines. Pero nga lang, 3 out of 5 ultimates ready na kagad sa side ng APH. Isa na lang for a Batman for actually to get that orb or kaya to get that good pick off sa side ng full sense. And 8-4 to not bad for a map like this. Pero kasi diba may double sentinel ang APH and yet dito na talaga ma-stop ngayon yung aggressiveness ng double duelist ng full sense. But on the other side, PTC also has been popping off. But what will be the next one ngayon? Dahil mid-control ang gusto nila ngayong makuha. Pero hindi pa rin talaga at all pumapahalo. But on the other side, si D dito kumukuha lang din ng information. A lot of few distractions here sa may ramps. But they already know na ito na naman si John Olsen. Aasa na naman sila with his entries. And he's been doing so perfectly fine talaga. And here it is, sabay-sabay, wala pa. Sobrang medyo natakot sila ngayon dahil dalawa ang nakatingin sa kanila dito sa may B Tower.
APH ang pag-asa na magkaroon ng tatlong teams sa group stage ng Pilipinas hindi pa naman tapos. Kasi hanggat hindi pa 13, hindi pa 13 ang full sense, baka kaya pa ng APH. Dun sa game number 1, full sense ang nanalo dun. Pero try nyo manalo sa replay, baka APH makabawi. Pero, are you Hadouken sa tatlo? Diyos ko po! Are you with a 2K? John Olsen, nakadalawa rin, my God! 2v3, a Batman and Zero Death. Diyos ko po, nagkakabat pa! A Batman! A Batman is the man. Bahala na si A Batman. 1v3. Alam na ako na si A Batman man. A Batman man.
Oh no! Oh no!
A Batman will kill on to 1. Pero meron tao sa may likod. Narinig ni A Batman yun, mga kaibigan. Pero nasa may likod mo, Diyos ko po. Malilikuran ka dyan, baby boy! Lami snacks! Ginawang puno!
Last round before the switch.
Ginawang puno ng mangga si A Batman, mga kaibigan.
9 triggers. 9 triggers na. Kung hindi man 9 triggers. Inaabangan ko na to. At walang choice ngayon ng APH to still buy on what they have. At meron bang mabibiktima kagad si Georgie kasama ang kanyang boga against a full sense. But on the other side, ni John Olsen, aggressive talaga kasama yung operator niya. Ano ba to? Ano ba sumanib dito? 17-5. Ano na? At on the other side, control papuntang A site ang meron sila dito, Jade.
No way!
This way.
Diyos ko po, si Meral ko nahatulan.
Get out of my way!
3v3. Let's see. 9 triggers, ladies and gentlemen. Totoo yan. Pero sana mag 9-3. John Olsen napatik na nga yung spike. Pero Georgie, tamang pre-fire lang din. Binabaril niya yung metal. Pre-fire on the spike. Ang napapansin mo, sama-sama na lang talaga sila. Pero si V, Diyos ko po, sneaky. Oh no, kailangan niya na silipin to. Pero yun na nga, Diyos ko po, malilikuran pa! My God! V, MNF latag, Diyos ko po! Ang ganda ng posisyon ni V Love Family!
Nakikipagpatintero to si yan eh. Si V. Score natin, Vil. 2-10.
2-10? Hindi magandang 2-10 to, men.
Oo eh. Kung APH yan, happy-happy tayo.
Oh.
Ay.
Nangyari? Anong kailangan kung gawin?
Baka masisi sa atin to.
Hindi. Takot lang nila.
Ano lang yan? Relax lang, APH. They win this pistol! Alam nyo na. Babawi ang APH. Gising na yan. 2:40 PM na. Gising pa rin dapat to, APH.
No, na hoy! Kanina pa kayo nag-iinit Hindi, men, alam mo ba kung bakit ganyan? Si Georgie kasi, ganito kasi. Yung aircon nasa likod ni Georgie, nilalamig yan, men. Kaya Action PH, tanggalin nyo yung aircon sa likod ni Georgie kasi nga nilalamig siya. Nanginginig yung mga daliri niya. Naninigas yung daliri niya, men. Hindi makapindot, hindi makadut-dut ng mouse. Meron kasi aircon sa likod Diba? Oh.
Kailangan magpapakasal pa si Georgie!
Makikita natin yan.
Kaya kailangan nila manalo.
Manood ko yun si Georgie nung kinuha sa Kinuha si Georgie sa sa
saan?
Tawag dyan. Sa kanal. yung movie na ito.
Yung
si Georgie.
Yes, this should do.
Doon nagsimula yung It, mga kaibigan, nung kinuha si Georgie sa kanal. Kinuha ni ni ang pangalan nung nung clown? Si Si Pennywise. Nung kinuha ni Pennywise si Georgie sa kanal, mga kaibigan. Hey, Georgie! Hey!
Nalagyan na nga niya ng banks ngayon eh.
Hop! Georgie, buntik na matamaan si D. Patayin nyo yung aircon para mag-init si Georgie, mga kaibigan. Oh my God, John Olsen! Oh my God! Oh my God, John Olsen! Diyos ko po! Oh my God! That is a 1v4!
Recalling my bot.
Oh my God, Juan! John Olsen, Diyos ko! I don't know it anymore, man. I don't know.
Alala!
Oh my God! Sasaksakin! Oh my God! Oh my God! Tignan mo, men, nilalaro na lang ng full sense to. Nilalaro na lang ng full sense to. Ito. Oh no, this is super bad. Tignan mo. One.
Grabe. Audition
Oh
sila.
my God! Tapos dito, sasaksakin po.
Binigay yung ace.
Oh no, that is sad. Pero okay lang yan. 2-11. Lamang pa rin ang APH sa puso natin.
Maka-APH yan! Sinabayan na nila ngayon na no room for mistakes. APH, ito lumilipad na naman. Pero to nakakatakot. Tiboga, nilamis Nax. Oy, naku. Kala ko may ace na naman pero naka 4 kills na naman si John Olsen. And now, match point ng full sense.
Match point.
Hey! Kalungkutan gaming, mga kaibigan. Nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. Pero syempre, kahit anong mangyari, suporta!
APH lang sa kalam.
Tama.
Ay, nako po. Split talaga. Eco
Lakas,
Gates!
Lakas. Solid.
NT.
NT load. Pero itong mga players natin ngayon, it's just, let's see if ever pa, makakabay pa ba dito ang Action PH.
And this is it. John Olsen waiting for something to speak. Pero nga lang Lamis Nax on the other side. Meron ba siyang mapipitas kagad kasama na ang kanyang boga? Pero PT si John Olsen, nagtingin na nga kinala kagad si Ayu. Sumunod na si Emma, dalawa na lang kagad natitira. Georgie na lang! Pupuntahan na lang si Georgie! Eto na! Nagtago! Naboga! Ni Lamis Nax and Full Sense wins this against PH Clean. 2-0 nga. At dito sa split, iba yung naging pagyanig ng team na to. Bakit ito naging buff ng Full Sense? Well, experience and the level ng meron din ng players nila. We're seeing how really these guys are so comfortable with all of the map picks. Malakas din talaga sila sa Haven. There's no denying. At si John Olsen, Vil has been popping off ever since yesterday.
Yeah.
At ngayon, na-continue pa rin niya ang kanyang consistency.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, John Olsen is still John Olsen, man. I mean, we all know kung gaano pa talaga kasolid yung player na yan. He tried so hard to be here and talagang makapasok ulit sa group stage, and now yung dream ng Full Sense na makapunta ulit sa Iceland. Not ulit though, kasi hindi pa sila nakapunta ng Iceland, hindi pa sila nakapag-masters eh. Champion sila agad eh. So, yung dream na nila yun is still alive.
They still want to remain at this, and because of this, ang Full Sense, mag-a-advance nga sila next week. Kasama na rin ang ibang teams. So, may checklist tayo. Kompleto ang Indonesian teams. Kompleto ang mga taga-MYSG at kompleto din itong mga taga-Thailand. But on the other side, still a good game, well played for APH. Ang ganda ng mga performances nila. It has been a really good run para sa kanila, but it seems like ngayon magpapahinga muna sila and preparing na sila kagad for the next stage, which is gonna be in stage 2. Pero on the other side, guys, meron pa rin naman tayong dalawang teams na abangan natin, syempre, coming in from PH. It's going to be Nawas together with the guys of SBE, and I'm so excited din kung anong kailangan nilang ipakita. But then, looking at this talaga, iba yung galaw ng Full Sense pagdating sa split, and even if they're not the most in-expect natin to actually pop off here, we can already see the reason why Full Sense picked this. They're much more confident na din. It's still their lineup eh. Pagdating sa mga laro nila sa split, yung Sky, tapos Lamy Snacks with that Blaze, then John Olsen with that Jet, alam mo na magiging different pa rin talaga yung playstyle nila in a way, and at the same time, nandun pa rin yung grass holds, pero yung impact din ni D, talaga, together with Chalala, even with that Astra, sobrang laking tulong talaga ever since the first half yung pinagagawa ni D all throughout.
Yeah. Sobrang laking tulong talaga, Ray, no? At saka, yun nga talaga yung nakita natin dito. It's just the advantage lang din talaga ng
Headshot. One enemy remaining.
ng mga players ng Full Sense dito sa mapa na to. Once again, they picked this map. So, tama yung sinabi ni kaibigang Black and Blue na if ever na ito yung if ever nanalo ang Full Sense dun sa first game, baka talaga 2-0 to. And we've seen it already. Once again, Full Sense, nakarating sila sa VCT Champions, kinast natin sila. Doon na nasa Berlin sila, kasama yung mga pinakamalakas ng team sa buong mundo. John Olsen, lagi siyang nasa top ng leaderboard, sa uunahan niya ako. Pero sana, talagang gumanda pa yung run ng Full Sense dito, kasi at the end of the day, fan pa rin ako ng Thai team na to, and syempre mas fan ako ng Action PH, and a big shout out to all the supporters of Action PH. We are proud of you guys. We are really proud sa Action PH, and good luck sa susunod niyong laban, and kita-kits ulit sa stage 2 if ever na talagang mapupunta ang Action PH. Pero we're just gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, we are Casa for the day. My name is Vil. Alongside with me is Ray. See ya.
Verse after the first. Take control with words. Roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out. Outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows.
Well, it seems as though Full Sense made a stand against Action PH there. It was a 2-0 victory, a decisive 2-0 as well in Action PH. They will be eliminated from the play-ins. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Raph. And it was really a John Olsen show, right? After that split game, he had a 5.3. I don't know where he got that number from. That was just outwardly for John Olsen, but it's not too far-fetched from him too.
It was a rough watch, let's be honest about it. It was a complete one-way show in the favor of Full Sense. And then, I mean, of course, they got the strategy in their way, but then they got damn John Wick Olsen on their goddamn team with 55 kills and 14 deaths. This dude is plus 41 for the entire dang series. How do you get better than that? You know who has the next amount of frags on that team, or even in the entire server? It's Lammy Snacks at 28. This dude has double the next guy in the entire server in the amount of kills. And that's the reason why, you know, coming to LCQ last year, coming into this tournament, everybody was like, if you're gonna talk about duelists in the game in APAC, you gotta talk about Johnny, first name, last name, the whole way.
And man, John Olsen's so hot right now. Is he truly the gentleman that Illustrado claims to be, or cannot do that? And I mean, come on, dude. I know a lot of people are like, oh my goodness, they're really hyping up John Olsen. Well, come on, dude. He nearly dropped 30 in one map convincingly. And again, if you're paying attention to the game, how could you not? But again, the thing we have to talk about now is how both teams approach to heating up their players. The thing that Full Sense did is that they tried to avoided pouring gasoline on their fire. They didn't want to deal with the explosion or the potential overheat. They gathered around, they made it a concerted team effort to heat up John, to set him up, make him a fabulous bonfire. Shout out to Greg. Anyway, again, they made this a very, very consistent effort amongst all of them. John Olsen popped off, but that is also because of the collective efforts, as I've mentioned.
I mean, it's not only, you know, one map where he almost dropped 30. He did it in almost both of the maps. And mind you, very limited rounds. Like the first map only went to, what, 18 rounds, and then the second was like 15 rounds. So that is insane. For you to drop almost 30 kills in 15 rounds twice over, that is such an amazing performance for John Olsen. We cannot understate it.
And here's the thing too, Action PH, they kind of lost the psychological map mix-ups, right? We see APH, they try to go for that style where they hit the momentum as hard as they can. They try to get that microwave feeling going. But the moment they kind of hit a bit of a barrier in Full Sense, you kind of see the drop-off in diligence, as Illustrado mentioned. Round by round, suddenly the corners become a bit of an abyss that's consuming this team. And this could potentially be a symptom to a bigger problem. The defensive side on APH looked just slightly better, but again, the clinical and the surgical accuracy of Full Sense is nothing to scoff about.
Yeah, and moving forward, I'm pretty sure Action PH is going to be going back to the drawing board, prepare for Challengers 2, and hopefully make their comeback in the Asia Pacific Challengers as soon as that wraps up. But for now, it's Full Sense going into the group stages. We're finally finished with Onyx and Full Sense. Now we're going to find out who's coming with no-namers into the group stages. The next series that we have on hand is Griffin Esports going up against Fancy United Esports. And again, this is an elimination matchup. Whoever loses this says bye-bye to their dreams of going into Masters. Now, these guys, they really didn't have we didn't have a lot of data going on through them, especially for Griffin Esports. After their performance against Global Esports, the first time that they went through, it kind of kind of shocked us for that matter. But when they went up against No Namers, it was the No Namers really dumping on the competition. Now that Fancy United also taking care of global esports going into this matchup against Griffin Esports, I feel like that we've been saying that it's a toss-up altogether, and it really is going to be a match that we have to look out for because we need to get a good grasp on how they're playing.
For sure, and I mean, especially to get that grasp, we have to look back at their previous performances, as you talked about, Nomad, with Fancy kind of losing towards, rather winning versus Global to get to this stage, and then Griffin being sent down by No Namers, which is, honestly, both of these teams actually went through Global to get here. But when you do look at things, and I do believe that, especially No Namers kind of being that first seed, being that maybe the best team here, I did really like the performance that I saw from Griffin versus No Namers, and as well as Fancy, what they put up versus Global, because it's not easy to do that. They both lost versus No Namers 0-2, but I don't think that is going to necessarily be what happens today results-wise. I think we're going for a third map here.
We
There's a
may
little bit
see
more.
that.
Oh. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, we may see that. But first, we have to introduce Griffin Esports here and see how well they're going to be playing on the plate. Griffin Esports, Hong Kong and Taiwan's third seed will be coming in to this fight, hoping to get into the group stages. We got Ace, Attention, Fung, Fat, BB, and YR Select.
That we do in Griffin Esports. If there's something that I can talk about for them is they adapted as well as they did. Again, we did mention GE, who is unfortunately out of our APAC Challengers, but they did play fairly unorthodox. Griffin Esports, they didn't seem to have a problem adapting to that. They went toe-to-toe with them, if not above and beyond their mechanical capability. But I want to put the attention on Attention, Fat, BB, and YR Select. This is the core of Griffin that's been rock solid all throughout all their runs. And if they can continue that today, then Fancy might have a little bit of an issue. As Fancy, although they are as tenured can be, I still think they need to do something a little extra to somewhat make them stand out from the crowd.
Definitely so, and I think like when you look at things here and you see how this Griffin squad has been playing, of course, lots of people like to put, I guess, basically the responsibility of carrying the team on players like Attention, who does pick up that duelist slot, on players like YR Select. But I really do think that it comes down to that backline really performing. When you do have players like, CU Fat BB and Ace really popping off, that is when they look the best, and I think that is what they have to kind of fall back to here in this matchup.
They have to channel their playstyle against Global Esports, the one that they had a rather decisive win against the next team that we're going to be introducing. It's Fancy United Esports. Well, the Vietnamese region has one shot left to get into the group stages. We got Fancy United Esports joining in on the fray. We got Ace Arola, BMVZ, Heisey, Killers, and Yes I Can.
And I mean, looking at that roster, it definitely is a team that did have a lot coming into this tournament, but I do think if you're going to be looking at one player, Heisey is the key, I think, for this team. They look the best when it's Heisey and Astarola, those controller flexor players. When they're the ones who are getting things going, they really look the best that they've gotten. you talked about how, you know, they have to channel their kind of play, and I do think that is more of what the same that Fantasy United has to do here. They're teetering on life's edge right now of this tournament. It's something they can't really give up. We know players like Killers and Yes I Can, they're going to bring their 100%. They're going to frag out. They're going to do everything that they can. But it really does come back to the back line, I think, for this matchup specifically between both of these teams. It's not going to be about who is in the front court, but in the back court, and more importantly.
With what you said, it is truly a guards game, and with that too, it is going to be a pace and space type of play. It's going to be relying on those mid and late round calls and those pushes, because that's what controllers do. They typically are going to be the last few that are going to stay alive late round. And Fantasy United, as I mentioned, although they do need that extra push to be a little more stand out, I would say, they're still doing such a great job, but they really have to do more than that to stay in our circuit.
Yeah, and you guys are talking about how this is going to be a controller game, but as much as these guys love to go for the pick and rolls to get into the side and get the rounds in, we got to look at the defenders that make it harder for the attacking side to go in, because our head-to-head will be featuring the two sentinels of these teams. We got YR Select and Acerola for Fantasy United and Griffin Esports. And these guys, despite the fact that, yeah, their previous matches weren't really as good as they wanted to be, they're going up against each other in a fairly even playing field this time around.
I mean, I talked about it and I touched upon it, how Acerola really is one of those players who they have to rely on. Acerola got to make a casserole out of this one. Why Select, we know that he's going to try and choose and pick his battles very, very wisely. That's really where he comes in, I think, for this team, YR Select. He might not be, you know, the most like aggressive player, but he always tries to choose the best option for him, the best option for him to be taking, and the best fight for him to be engaging in. And I really do think that is the cerebral part of this game that both of these teams have to rely on, because playstyle wise and kind of like mechanic wise, these guys are neck and neck. So it really will come down to who has the better mid-round adjustments, I think, over necessarily preparing beforehand.
Yeah, as you mentioned, and as I mentioned earlier too, this is probably going to be one of those long drawn out games where defaults are paramount, really. And we know how explosive those duelists are. We've touched on how cerebral these assassins can be. But overall, it has to be a collective effort, as I mentioned earlier in the panel too, for different teams. But now, once again, it is a situation of life and death. I think it's really hard to call this one, no matter how hard I think about it.
Yeah, we can pick our brains a little bit more. Map Veto is coming out in just a bit. We gotta pick I gotta pick your brains here. Like, what maps are these guys gonna be playing on? Because as far as we're concerned, the map data that we have for them and the map matches they've already played, it's still a toss up on what they can play on and what they can give on the field here.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to wait for the video itself to look after it, but if we're going by, I guess, anything that we have seen previously, we did see kind of wayward performances from Griffin versus No Namers and Icebox and Haven, so I don't think that's the way we're going to go. If anything, they're probably going to ban Icebox to start things off, especially looking how on the side of Fantasy United, it's not really a super hot map for them as well. But let's really see, you take your pick. It's bind they ban first.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Griffin is... I'm so sorry, guys, for all you Griffin esports fans out there, but my goodness, their bind is horrendous, and it makes so much sense to get this out of the way. We did talk about Icebox. I really think Icebox is not going to get vetoed. Both these teams are very comfortable in it. They've seen each other play against the same opponent, so the adjustments could be made well, okay, yeah, Breeze, that makes a lot of sense. Like I mentioned, Icebox is going to be one of those things where everything's going to be derivative from their match against GE.
I mean, we did see Fancy, the last time they did play this was versus Cerberus, the other Vietnamese team that is in here, and it didn't really go their way, but it was a pretty close map, so I'm surprised that, like, if it does go that way. But I mean, opening map pick, I'm thinking Haven here, if anything. No, they go Ascent, which I don't think is a bad map either, actually, for Griffin, considering how, the last time we did see them play it, it wasn't necessarily something that seemed too wayward.
I think both of us being wrong on these map vetoes. I was about to say this is probably the sanest first 2 bans we've seen the entire play-ins, and we see an Ascent to be picked as a first map. I think, well, as much and as relative as this may sound, it does kind of make sense. Both these teams, they're fairly rocky on Ascent. Fancy United more so than Griffin Esports. So Griffin, I think they're banking on that. We see a split map. They have a bit of depth here, Griffin. They do. Fancy, you could say the same thing, but once again, not really one of those maps that kind of pop out when you look at their when you look at their map pool.
No, yeah, totally. I mean, Ascent, they did rather Fancy won it versus Global, so I'm curious Griffin picking that, but we did see them do pretty well versus Oblivion Force. But on the other side of things, when you go to split, it's Fancy picking that map, and it's statistically not one of their better maps, but they do feel like it's a map that they can win. They did play it against Cerberus, and in that case, they actually won quite handily. So this is one of the better maps for Fancy. I think it's a real good pick for them versus Griffin here right now, especially playstyle-wise. As Haven's going to be banned, Raph, it's looking ever so more likely that Icebox might be where we end things.
I think, again, the bans make a lot of sense. The picks, not so much. But again, you have to look at this as a whole picture. Icebox most likely, and very, very good call. I think this is one of those games where we have to psych you out with a map veto. Because let's just say one of these teams, again, both of them, considerably strong on Icebox. You lose your potential best map. Going into that second map, you're not going to be feeling good about that.
Well, I guess Icebox to really cool things down if we ever get to it. But yeah, this is a good map for both. I was expecting it to maybe be banned early as more of a respect ban, but hey, I guess we respect each other's own potential to really make this map happen. I want us to go all the way. I mean, this is the final series of the day, so might as well, right? Let's get this show going, dude.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Might as well end it with a bang. A 3-game series to wrap up the 2-0s that we've had throughout the entirety of the play-ins. Why not? And it's even more fitting to see Griffin Esports and Fancy United do this for themselves. Now, moving forward here, I've already picked your brains here on Ascent, on Split, and on Icebox. It's gonna have to come back to us to deliver whoever you guys think is gonna be coming out on top of this fight. Now, granted, these guys, they both won against Global Esports. They barely made it through in the winners bracket for Griffin Esports, and it was a decisive win for Fancy United against Global Esports, but it was as close as can get. Knowing all of this, knowing the stats that we've had, who do you guys have for going into the group stages?
This is difficult. I honestly think that as far as our predictions go, at least for me, this is one of the more difficult predictions for me because I really think this could go either way. It's a straight 50-50, but we have to pick someone. I do think from what I have seen, Fancy United are a bit better in that regard. They come from the Vietnamese scene, a scene that's just a hair better, I guess, in Hong Kong, Taiwan, but we've seen many great performances from HK Thai Dubs teams before, like CBT last year. So I do think that they really got a lot to prove here. And I would love to be wrong because honestly, both of these two teams do deserve it. But I have to go with Fancy United 2-1 in the very close series.
Man, why am I in this position where I have to make a call? Again, this is probably the most difficult one that we had the entirety of our APAC play-ins, really. The thing is, they're so contrasting in their strengths. I would say if it becomes round disparity, if we had to choose how many rounds, I feel like Griffin had the more convincing win over GE. So maybe that could be one of those things, but there is a playstyle differential. I want to disagree with Black and Blue so much. I really do. Because it's the hyper-adaptive Griffin Esports to the relatively stable and very fundamental Fancy United. Toss up. I think I might have to go with Fancy United on this one. 2-1. It's going to go 3 maps.
Okay. 2 Fancy United, make it 3. I'm with you guys here for Fancy United Esports. They showed a better showing against a Global Esports there. No-namers, they kind of stomped Griffin Esports there, put them in their place. But here in this series, I feel like it's going Fancy this time around, as we will throwing it on over to our casters to break it down for us, as well as the players and the teams to prove their worth. It's the last series of the day. It's elimination day. One team will make it into the group stages. It's Griffin Esports versus Fancy United Esports.
guys! Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. At nandito muli kayo dito sa last match between these two teams, Fancy United Esports versus Griffin Esports. And we are your shoutcasters. Ako si Rere. At kasama ko pa rin dito si Taylor. At medyo chill na lang tayo ngayon. GG's pa rin sa nangyari sa APH. Oh, next week na kami. Magpapaka full energy for SBE together with Naos. But as of now, Taylor, itong Fancy United Esports and Griffin, medyo on par sila, but I think tama nga yung panel sa sinabi nila na Fancy United Esports from the Vietnam region, they still have the upper hand.
Yun nga, they do have the upper hand. Aside from that, we've seen how the teams, kumbaga, na-stump nila yung Griffin Esports. And that's one factor siguro pagdating dun sa panel on how they look at this team. But I guess, for me, I would go against all the panel, all the odds. Pati na rin sa'yo, Rere, I would say I would go for Griffin Esports. As we head in to the agent select, masisilip natin kung ano ba ang mga agent na gagamitin nila para sa ating unang mapa na tinatawag nating Ascent. Kung hindi nyo nakita yung map veto natin kanina. Fancy, they are using the typical lineup that you see on Ascent, but this is a double controller setup with, of course, the Astra and, of course, with the Omen as well. So, feeling ko, Rere, magiging aggressive to. This is a very aggressive lineup they have. They have 2 blinds as well. 3, kung tutuusin, dahil meron din silang Omen.
Alam mo, sobrang unorthodox talaga ng playstyle ng Fancy. And that's something na meron sila, that they always have this type of no sentinel role here in Ascent. Although alam natin na super laki ng impact with that sentinel. But on the other side, we have the double initiators. Griffin, they still went up with their comfortable one pagdating sa kanilang pickings right now. But let's see if it will be effective once again, dahil di naman natin may pagtatanggi. Nasa side ng Fancy, they're doing so well with how they play every time na ganito sila. Omen with that Astra, Omen with that Viper on Icebox. No duelist role nga ginawa nila, yet very effective against a lot of teams. And here we go once again. With no Sova at all, will Fancy finally take this and grab the chance to be part sa kanilang qualifiers dito, papunta next week dahil natalo na nga, isa na lang kakampi ang Big Bam.
Laglagan portion na nga para sa isa o para sa isang team na makikita natin dito. This is Killer S getting 2 kills immediately right off the bat para sa dalawang player dito on the side of Fancy. On the other hand, that is a 4K already. He's going for the 5th. He wants the ace immediately on this first map, on this first game, and he gets it. He wants it, he gets it. Sabi nga ni Ariana Grande, that is a clean 1-0 with the Fancy getting that first round. Mainit si Killer S ngayon na.
Pumunta lang ng mid.
Agad eh, no?
First round, first game. Oo, pumunta lang ng mid. Nag-shopping lang doon. Nakuha lang sila lahat na nasa mid-top ang mga miyembro.
Inupuan lang eh.
May nag-ilag lang.
Nag-squat lang eh. Nag-workout lang siya dun sa mid. Tapos nakuha niya na yung 5 kills. That was an amazing or an aggressive play that I was talking about that worked out definitely for the side of Fancy despite they are being the defensive team. On the other hand, alam ni dito ng Fancy na nag-aantay o talagang default play ang ginagawa ngayon ng Griffin. They are still on T-base trying to pinpoint where enemy might be at CSI Ken sumasabay with the fault line as well. Baka sakaling may makita. Walang matamaan itong Frenzy pero si YR Select, ang dami niyang nakita doon. Hindi nga lang siya nakatingin on upper mid. And that is also the players of Griffin Esports completed and just inevitable para sa kanila na maubos.
13-0 nyo na, Fancy.
Nahiya pa kayo?
Nahiya pa kayo.
May mga lakad to. May date to mamaya eh. Kasi kita mo naman, nagmamadali.
Oo.
Sasama ata sa amin to sa Cubao Expo mamaya.
Ay, meron ba?
Meron ba?
Hindi naman ako na-update.
Meron ba Cubao Expo? Bukas ba, direct? Malapit kasi kami doon eh. Pero balik muna tayo dito sa game as we head in dito sa dito sa buy round ngayon ng Griffin Esports and of course a bonus round for Fancy, paano nila lalaroin to? Nakita mo, Ray, this time na alam nilang naka-buy round yung Griffin, hindi sila nagiging hyper-aggressive like we saw on the first rounds. Walang sumilip. There is no one around. And looking at it, of course, with the players still trying to pinpoint, still trying to figure out kung saan ba sila dito makakakita ng kalaban. That is Fong spotting, yes, I can. Makakapag-set up dito ng mga smoke. Itong mga controller natin with a 5v4 situation. Of course, lamang na ng isang kill ang Griffin Esports. They have to make an opening on site and the probable one is on B2. Or rather, yung jet nila ay nag-aabang na si Attention at itong si Killer S nag-aabang na sa middle. So this is a flank. Remember, they have no controller, they have no sentinel rather at all. Attention was able to take one kill. That is a good opening para sa side. And this is also why our select pinpointing where the enemy is. Habang ito na ang biggest flank of his life ni Killer S. He gets one, he's going for the second. Hindi na tumama, he goes back a bit. And that is Fong shutting him down.
Ang bilis naman ng take ngayon ng Griffin papuntang set. Siguro yun din yung nagiging problema eh. Kapag double controller ka, tapos wala kang sentinel at all, medyo madali lang si Griffin to actually just push it. And especially kung walang mapipick off ngayon ng mga miyembro ng Fancy United. Pero okay lang yan. Kasi advantage lang ng Griffin yan sa baril. So, Fancy! Yoo!
Once ka pala
Once pala yan eh. Ayun, syempre bias ko si Momo. Wah! Momo lang sa kalam. Oy!
Oh, the peak! There is Killer S getting a kill yet again on mid. Paulit-ulit na to, parang replay na lang yung nagiging nakikita nating kills dito ni Killer S.
Oh, na Killer S. Ikaw na. Sorry, ito lang kami.
Killer S with the one for an eye. Oh, slowly pushing is the players of Griffin Esports. Pop Flash is there. Heisey was able to take one and he gets the second to finish things off para sa isang flawless round. Fancy United Esports, they have a good start here.
Looking on top form sila. They're really comfortable with this map that they have. Pero I think naman pagdating sa map pool talaga, okay din naman ang Fancy United. At kung tinitignan, pero kung tutusin, sobrang nakakagulat kasi yung split nila, hindi naman din super mataas at sa ascent din. So, we can definitely say na maglalak lang sila ng one experience twist. Puro sila talo kasi ganito yung lineup ng Fancy.
Kati, isipin mo may controller agent ka, may pull ka, meron kang smoke from the Astra. And if masyadong late kasi slow pace na, naalala nyo na nerf na si Astra, okay lang kasi may omen naman sila eh. So they can even use fake smokes to just annoy the hell out of the opponent para lang ma-fake din nila kung gugustuhin man nila. Later on the attackers. Ngayon kasi defenders pa sila eh. And it works out pretty well too because you just block off using the smoke. Itong mga entrance on A main and B main, madedelay at matatagalan na yung mga players. Tignan mo, pagka wala nung smoke, balik na naman para sa one-way smoke. Aside from that, may smoke din yung Astra on B side.
At ngayon, naghihintay lang ang mga miyembro ng Fancy saan ba nila ipipick off itong mga taga Griffin. But
3 seconds smokes.
Uy! Wala, medyo mahirap sila makakapag-entry dito. But unless there's just gonna beat, pero paglalaroan lang sila ni Asirole. At ngayon, hindi nga niya lang ina-expect, but they still got it. And dalawa na lang kagad na natitira. See you fat together with Fong. Pero low pa ngayon, si YR Select pa pala on HP at paglalaroan na nga kagad ni Fong to together with the members of a Fancy United. Pero nga lang, oras ang kailangan nila patulan dito dahil wala na nga kagad pag-asa. Asirole, hindi man lang pinagpawisan gaano dito sa may A-side. Nakuha pa na 14.
Ang ganda ng control niya over the map. Ang ganda ng control niya, aside from the map, is also here on A main. You can see na pumasok na nga yung ibang mga players. Sumakto yung blind niya actually, kaya na-delay ng kaunti yung ibang mga players dito ng Griffin. And aside from that, the Astra smoke is still there. Pwede pang ma-pull, pwede pang ma-smokean nung Astra. So that is complete map control using those two agents only. That is two agents working together only. Imagine if it is 5 players. Mahihirapan talaga yung Griffin dito makahanap ng buwelo kung saan sila papasok on the sites itself.
Biruin mo, ito yung meron dapat na ang Griffin nahihirapan pa sila. Double controller na nga lang, but yet alam mo naman that you just shut down si attention, then it's gonna be favoring ang mga taga-fancy. And speaking of, sige, kapag may S talaga yung pangalan sobrang lakas. Killer S, Kenny S, Rachel S, Taylor S. Si Vil, wag na.
Hayaan mo na si Vil.
Oh.
Dalawang na to, Ray, 2-man disadvantage na ulit yung Griffin Esports. There is that recon coming in, but si Killer S, he will just get a kill and mamba out real quick. Kaso hindi nga lang siya makakatakbo doon dahil wala na rin siyang dash out at the fault line, perfectly aligning to the players of Griffin Esports. Talagang makakancel out ka at makakancel out ka. Imaginein mo, Ray, may smoke na, dalawang controller, tapos pagpapasok ka pa, either bubulagin ka ng Sky sa B side o bubulagin ka ng Breach on A.
Very interesting to see how they actually just utilize up ahead on what they have. Pero sa Fang together with Ace, sila na naman yung natitira ngayon at wala na silang oras dahil nakaabang na kagad si BMV.
10 seconds
Siguro
left.
may BMW to. Di ba? Sorry,
BMVZ. Pero sa Germany talaga ang BMW, BMV tawag nila.
BMV nga. Yun din yung alam ko, sinabi sa ng isang prof dati. Kaya, pero syempre dito sa Pinas, pag sinabi mo yan, magtataka yung mga tao.
BMV? Pinagsasabi nito. Saan gawa yan? Gawa lang sa plastic, mga ganun-ganun. Timeout is in for the side of Griffin Esports. Kailangan nila tong timeout na to pretty much. So they have to make sure how can they entry? Dahil when you look at agent selection, paulit-ulit kong sinasabi because I just wanna point it out to the viewers and also doon sa mga nanonood ngayon, hindi lang sa Facebook, Twitter, hindi pala sa Twitter, sa YouTube at tsaka sa Twitch. Itong agent selection ng Fancy, hindi unstoppable Lalo na kapag on point lahat nung players nila. On the side of Griffin Esports, they have the foundation to actually do entries. But the strategy, hindi ganun kalinis Aside from that, kung sisilipin, kung mapapansin nyo guys, kung papanoorin nyo maglaro yung Griffin Esports and how they peek out, kung paano sila lumalabas, paano sila nagwa-wide peek, o kaya naman yung jump peeks nila dito, parang medyo kinakabahan pa sila. Yung may takot So, that comfortability, that confidence of Griffin Esports right now is lacking ultimately because there is the snowball of the rounds already on the side of Fancy United. And on the same hand, hindi rin nila ma-figure out kung paano nga ba paano sila makakapasok on site with this kind of agent selection.
Very wala ka pa ganong idea din sa side ng Griffin na paano nga ba natin tatapat na to. We don't usually see this kind of setup. Although napanood na nga nila tong Fancy, but there's still a lot of secrets to be unlocked. But on the other side, Kiles! Nakabawas pa, pero got traded off by Ace. And it's just gonna be the retake coming in from Fancy. And looking at it, kumukuha na nga sila ngayon ng information as Acerola will be able to take off with his ultimate, pero sinabayan na kagad ng paranoia. Doon lang nakapag-retake na sila just because of one paranoia. Lahat ng vision ng Griffin na block off and still wala man si Killers. You have Acerola, you have Yes I Can to actually make up for those simple mistakes and still dominating ang Fancy. Sige, 13-1 nila.
Nahiha pa kayo? Formality na lang ata. Hindi. Fancy United din naman kasi when it comes to experience, they have the bigger advantage on that. But still, nahirapan talaga sila Sobrang obvious Look at how clean Fancy United is playing this out. They know how to retake. Alam nila na they should swing triple peak, double peak. A body system is on the works. So this is a good strategy book coming in from Fancy United is just very messy on the side of Griffin Esports right now kasi maglalaro sila ng default, wala silang makukuha o kaya naman mamamatay, mapipitas yung isa nilang kakampi. So immediately, in a snap of a finger, nabawasan na agad, may man disadvantage na. Look at that swing. You have the breach doing that pop flash and then wide swinging out. Ang ginagawa ng Griffin Esports, they do jump peaks. To check, yun lang yun.
Ngayon, nag-iisip na nga kagad ang mga taga-Griffin. Ano ba ang pwede nating gawin ulit? But looks like, yes, I can! Nakapag-3K! Naglabas lang ng ibon na lumilipad! Ano lang nangyari? Na-distract ang mga miyembro kagad ng Griffin in just a snap. At isa na lang kagad ang natitira. It's going to be Ace himself. And yung spike, wala pa sa kanya. So, this is pretty hard for him already. He gets out here in mid. Mapipick up siya. Dito din sa email may naghihintay sa kanya. And that is at least pupunta na ata siya na yes, I can. Sinamahan pa kagad ng contrast. Tries to cover up with something. Uy! Sinaksak! Kala ko sasaksakin.
Hindi pa umabot. Hindi pa niya nakuha yung kill. Instead, the Sky or Yes, I Can siya ang nakakuha dito ng malupit na 4K na yan. Just a quick replay. Look, this is first the swing from Hyzy and then sumunod tong nag-audition. Isa-isa yung players ng Griffin. My God. Parang Valorant got talent ang nangyari doon sa B-main. And Griffin Esports, they have to figure out a way. This is not working at all.
It's really complicated for Griffin. Mukhang hindi talaga nila makuha at all. Paano nga ba nila talagang mamememorize yung fans? If they just only, try and come up with something such as sino ba i-expect natin dito sa A side? Sino ba kagad yung kailangan natin ma-pinpoint? Are we gonna be having that great shutdown? Good way para sa kay Yes I Can. Medyo inasim niya lang yun. But there was just a trade coming in from Curious, one of the initiators nga ng Griffin. But on the other side, dilipat na sila kagad. Alam mo, maganda dito, mag-reheat na lang sila. But seems like sabi nila, wag na. Let's just take the higher risk. Pumunta tayo ng A site. And sakto siguro yung magiging utilities dito na BMVs together with Hyzy just in case na papasok sila. But they just really need to take care of it once again.
Ready na naman. Aftershock, pang delay lang para hindi sila makapasok. QR Powerless yan ang sabi dito ng isang KO. But they actually, they are rotating right now. What is the decision here, guys? Anong decision natin dito sa tayo pupunta? There is that fake of the lockdown para lang talaga hindi mag-rotate yung ibang players dito ng Fancy United. This might work actually. A fake and going towards B side is 3 players already ultimately on the side of Griffin Esports. There is a cutoff on rotation on mid and that is Hyzy getting one already. One out and the spike has been dropped already. Alam nila dito na mag-B side. There is heavy rotations coming in from both sides of the teams and this is Griffin Esports getting a kill but still a shutdown from Hyzy. The plant of the spike aabot pa on the time remaining and Griffin attention right now. The right click to the face by Killer S. One more remaining and that is YR Select.
Clutch ba? Meron pa 6 man si YR Select. Meron pang Cloudburst dito na pwede gamitin si Killer S. But Hasdy tries to wait. Ang ganda sana na off. Again! Naku, wala siya dyan! And finally, will he be able to get that? Talaga! Oh, no! Na-right click sa mga kabog! Kabog! Buto na lang si YR Select mapaglaro. May kasama pa 6 man. Lugi ka talaga doon, Terror.
Sobrang delikado nung play na ginawa nila doon. Nakita mo, undecided on A main. Then they decided they will put the lockdown to delay all the members or to try faking. Gumana naman for a slight second, a slight moment na nakapasok sila on B side still. But the 3 players rotating, nasaktuhan din ni Hyzy on mid. That is such a good positioning. They have complete map control. When you have two controller agents on your team, expect mo, alam nila lahat yung nangyayari sa mapa because they get all the information. They put up the smoke, they get all information.
And that's pretty big for the side of Fancy United. But then, on the other side, Griffin, pagdating si AIM nandun pero they just can't get that something Yung 1v1 na yun, that's still pretty big onto the side of Fancy. Natalo lang talaga dahil on towards the decision making. But overall talaga, it seems like yung Griffin, sobrang hirap sila to come up with another possibility of saan ba tayo kukuha. Saan ba tayo mag-set up? Medyo naguguluhan pa sila and it takes so much time for them to actually make a final decision. And ngayon that they're pretty mixed up ngayon sa map, kita mo naman some of them staying around where they are usually at may iba nahuhuli lang. But I think it's just all matters down kay Yes I Can kung saan nga ba siya makakapag-pick of paano nga ba niya ma-anchor yung site mismo after he pops off that flash. But on
30
the other
seconds
side, ready pa rin naman sa mga utility sa mga katulad ng Griffin. They just need to capitalize on it dahil si Ace also is ready with his ultimate. And speaking of presence detected, alam na nga nila, Yes I Can, just trying to spray through the smoke but won't be able to tag at this one. And dito na nga nakikita natin si IR Select still gets Yes I Can. Time is ticking but they can just relax off at see if Fat goes for a plan. Ang lahat na kagad ng setup sa nasa side ng Griffin just to eradicate kagad yung mga angles na pwede silang mapitas ng fan.
Ang ganda ng piniling angle dito ni YR Select. Umakyat siya doon sa mga boxes natin. So, this is, of course, an angle that is not usually being played out by other teams as well. Mukhang nakuha nila yung timing as well na makabuelo at least at makapwesto. Kaso nga lang, bulag na bulag ang kuya mo. There is still a breach. There are still controller agents. There is still that Jet as well. Hyzy was able to take one and BMVZ. Tulong-tulong lang. Trabaho lang para sa side ng Fancy United. They get yet another round, making this an 8-2 scoreline na defuse ng Spike. And looking at it, FCY, man, wala akong masabi eh. Kasi if you think about it din naman, you can definitely see how the strategy book is playing. Ang ganda sana nung pwesto ni YR Select, but of course, in a situation like this, kapag binulag ka ng breach, kitang-kita ka kapag wala kang kasama on lane. And na-smoke off nila yon.
This is just Fancy being one comfortable. Second is they're just reading Griffin like a book. And yung Griffin, wala pa rin talaga tayo nakikitang something na magiging game changer for them so far. And looking at this, 8-2 already. And malaki ang kapasidad pa ng Fancy United dahil may mga rounds na natatalo sila but they're able to adjust after it. But on the other side naman, ang Griffin, kita mo na naman, after throwing up some small utilities, mangyayari sa kanila, biglang mawawala yung particular strategy nila for this round. But here it is, maybe there's just something gonna be happening dahil mukhang naglabas na rin ng onting ultimates side ng Fancy just to be able to eradicate them. But si Acerola, hindi na mag-work ang kanyang paghahabol kagad sa Ace. Kay Ace, dito sa Griffin, natatakbo na nga sila papuntang B. Pero ang next na magiging problema ay si Killer S. And yung oras, yep, meron pa. Pero, mag-rotate, babalik ulit. Nililito ata tayo ng mga taga-Griffin tayo.
Pati sila nalilito na rin eh. Pati sila nililito nila yung mga sarili nila kung saan sila pupunta. Mukhang it's gonna be an 8-take with the remaining time or remaining amount of time para sa players natin dito. And this is of course the Hunter's Fury to make space as well to clear out if there are angles na hindi pa nakiklear out like Hell and even Jenny. After Shock being placed pero hindi ko connect doon sa nagpa-plant ng Spike, this is a complete or a 4-man retake coming in from Fancy United. Lamang dito ang Griffin Esports when it comes to manpower. On the side of Killer S, meron siyang operator na hawak. There is the smoke off from the Jet and that is attention. This is now the complete retake. Fault line in, blind in. 4 na blind yan sinasalo ngayon ng players on the side of Fancy United. They are not gonna be able to do the retake because the shutdown mula sa players ng Griffin Esports has been coming or has been there all along.
Ay, medyo naging maganda yung setup na gagad ng Griffin doon. They made a lot of spaces but on the other side, sa tingin ko di lang nila in-expect si Pong behind their backs. Kaya siguro nagkamali nga talaga kagad sila. And si Killers, hawak nga niya ay ang kanyang operator which is quite complicated to use para sa mga close battles between sa kalaban nila. But looking at this, 8-3, if it's gonna be an 8-4, not bad. Pero I'm sure itong Fancy, you just don't want to lose a lot of rounds, especially nasa momentum na kayo at napakalaking advantage. But after all, after that releasing that KO ult, papasok na nga sila kaagad dito sa site mismo. And attention, looks like she's gonna be clearing everything out, pero wala pa silang mapipick off dahil medyo relax pa ang Fancy pagdating sa magiging retake nila. Ready kagad with a Cosmic Divide si Heisey, but will actually be worth it dahil wala na rin kagad makakapag-give sa side ng ibang miyembro ng Fancy. And this is meron na kapag wala kang killjoy, wala kang pang counter lockdown sana para makapag-retake kayo na maayos. Magdedepende talaga kayo sa flash ng Sky together with the bridge. And looks like si Fong, he wants to start, pero medyo hinasing na lang na si Kira. That's why nakuha pa siya kagad. And I think this retake might be taking a huge part already. Ito na nga magkikita sila. Attention still gets it. And now BFBs nagde-defuse lang, and may oras pa rin sila to actually take this. And speaking of Fancy, still wins this round 9-3. 9-3 curse ba to or 9-3 momentum talaga?
Diyos ko, Ray, paano ka ba naman paano hindi mariretake yun? Dalawa yung bumubulag, tapos kompleto yung utilities. Tingnan mo naman, may breach, meron ding papasok ng sabay-sabay, may blind din ng Sky. Bawat pasok nila dito, bawat blind, meron silang napapatay, meron silang nakukuhang kill. A complete domination right now from Fancy United. And this is now the second half. Dito na magsaswap ng sides. They are now gonna be the attacking. At sabi ko nga kanina, before we started, Fancy United, this kind of lineup is for aggressive pushes. Tignan natin kung kakayanin ng Griffin Esports na pantayan o sabayan yung magiging playstyle dito ng Fancy United. Kanina kasi yung panel, naisip nila na it's gonna be a long haul or 3-map or 3-game ang mangyayari para sa araw na ito or para sa last series natin. But I feel like it's gonna be a 2-0 if this momentum just keeps rolling.
Fancy, you just don't expect them to pop off like this more. Although, nakita naman natin na sobrang dikit din ng laban nila previously. Ngayon lang ako nakita that ganito sila ka-pop off talaga. Waging-wagi dito sa Ascent. Even if they're not the team that has been popping off, they had a total of 6 wins lang pagdating dito. But I think the experience then, it pays off. They had a total of 18 matches naman na dito. While on the other hand naman, they've been kind of a team na has been practicing sometimes the double duelist, the double initiator, but I think this is the far most talaga nagiging successful sa kanila so far. And even if others, they find this really weird, but I think na kaya-kaya na naman matimingan talaga yung mga katulad ng Griffin kasi attention, di rin siya nagpa-pop off talaga with just a 90, tas hindi din siya makapag-entry kanina sa attacking side. Sobrang laking factor kaagad yung ginagawa ng Fancy just to deny si Ace tsaka si attention from really having those good plays. And si Fat, we don't usually see him na nagbo-bottom frag, pero ngayon malaking problema to para sa kanila.
It's not about, at this point, it's not about the frags as well. Like, yeah, attention, wala siya masyadong kill dito. Pero, yun nga yung with the entry, do you make space for the team? Kumbaga, ang sasabihin na lang natin dito when it comes to Griffin Esports, what is the plan? Ano yung plano nila? Kasi they have the good foundation. Ano yung plano for the execution? They need to find a way to actually stop the momentum just to snowball for the side of Fancy United. At andito na nga tayo sa Tech Post Podcast na tinatawag natin. Ready ka na sa German word of the day mo?
Ayan na. Anong German
na,
word of the day?
Guys, sa mga hindi nakakaalam para sa bago sa PH stream, araw-araw, pag may technical pause, merong German word of the day na pumapasok. Akong bahala sa inyo. May natututunan kayo dito kahit papaano aside dun sa mga sinasabi ni Vil. Okay? So, ito ang German word of the day mo, Ray. Klein. Madali lang yan. Klein.
Ano yung klein? Ano yun?
Small.
Ano yun? Small.
Madali lang yun. Klein.
Klein.
Oo. Parang Calvin Klein. Pero
so maliit lang pala.
Maliit lang si Calvin.
Maliit yung height. Yan. Kaya ba? Ano naman maisip ng mga
ang spelling nun, K-L-E-I-N.
K-L-E. Parang Calvin Klein lang talaga. Okay.
Diba? Ang ano naman, gusto mo pang isa?
Ano yan? Ano yung isa?
Ang ibig sabihin naman ng no problem, kind problem.
Kind problem.
Parang Klein pero walang letter L. Kind problem.
Kind problem.
Oh, no problem.
Kind problem.
O, diba? Ayos ba yun?
Ayos,
Dami nyo
ayos.
natututunan. May natutunan
Okay,
naman
pwede
kayong
na ako
bago sa
magkasama
akin.
ng German. Pwede na ako
Pwede ka na pwede ka ng ano. Anong tawag doon? Nakalimutan ko na eh. Baka mamaya mali pa yung masabi ko eh.
Oo.
Pero sige, approve na ako, Ray Ray. Kapag naulit mo na yung Milkstrasse.
Milkstrasse.
Hindi pa eh. Wala pa. Wala pa.
Milkstrasse.
Me.
Me.
Mahirap talaga. Pati ako, nabubulol din ako nung sinubukan kong aralin dati. Pero balik muna tayo dito sa laro dahil mainit na mainit si Killer S with a 1 for an eye dito with 20 kills in total. Imagine. And 7 deaths only. That is a truly unstoppable force. That is a force to be reckoned with para sa Griffin Esports. Kailangan nila mag-reset dito, Ray, kasi wala silang choice eh. Laglagan na to eh. Para sa dalawang teams, kung sino matalo dito, they're not gonna be able to head on to the knockout and to the group stage.
At ngayon let's see if ano pa kaya ang mapapahita ngayon ng Griffin Esports dahil nga the retake itself, it's really favoring ang Fancy on the other side. But ngayon na nasa attacking sila, it will actually be something already that we need to look forward with, or talagang it's just Griffin maybe somehow kapag nasa comfortable sila, maghihintay lang sila dito sa Fancy at magiging disciplined sila, it can be the game changer we're waiting for. But speaking of attention, tries to get off at least something dito, pero makikita na nga na mukhang mag-audition ba sa kanya ang mga miyembro, pero may flash, lugi talaga sa mga tao, may flash and looks like it, he gets the first one at meron pa nga nag-hide inside the cloudburst, but unfortunately BMPs may kita na nga na kayo si attention sa mama kagad si Ace, and at least nakapag-trade lang ngayon si BMVs at dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira sa isang iglap sa Griffin at just going to be select together with Fang.
Ni run and shotgun lang, mga kapatid, yung players dito ng Fancy habang pumapasok. Pero nahuli pa rin nila. Isipin mo yun ha. They know that there is someone gonna be really, really close, and that is Acerola. One and done position para sa kanya. He wasn't able to burst on YR Select with 19 HP remaining. BMBZ finishing things off. 10-3 na ang score. Sila na naman nakakuha ng pistol round. Mahirapan talaga yung Griffin dito makabawi completely.
Hindi na nga ata lang nangyayari pag nasa momentum na din yung team eh. Talagang kita mo naman, they could just manipulate their flashes and that's just it. Wala namang sobrang laking counter flash dito pagdating sa Griffin, kundi ang kanilang Omen lang. And together with KO, yes. Pero parang wala talaga tayo nakita so far na ginagawa na to actually just blind also the members of Fancy. Yep, there might be blinds but not that of an impact talaga na play that they can actually get in. Pero, I don't know, nandito na din tayo sa moment na yung Fancy. Bibili na lang talaga sila ngayon just to able to have that really big advantage na against Griffin. So, medyo heartbreaking para sa Griffin to actually see them like this. Kasi kita naman natin na their journey was pretty big. Pero nga lang, pagdating talaga sa experience, iba yan. Itong Vietnam at syempre, pinaglabanan nila yung Big Bomb. Natanggal na eh. So, sila naman daw.
Sila naman daw ang papalit dito. Gusto ko lang din i-point out at idagdag doon sa sinabi ni Ray Ray with the counter flash as well lineup mula sa Griffin Esports. When you take a look at it on how Attention is performing, siya yung dapat entry fragger dito. At least get 1 or 2 kills for the team. If not, get that viable information. Kaso nga lang, the performance-wise, hindi talaga nagwo-workout eh. Sino yung susunod mong duelist? Wala ka ng susunod na duelist. On the other hand, FCY, if they lose Killer S, there is that pseudo duelist coming in from the sky that can just use pop flashes. And yeah, do you have the KO? But where are you gonna use it? Where are you gonna put him in as well? Ito mukhang burst down to. Mukhang burst down for High Z. He gets 1, but there is the shutdown mula kay CU Fan. And makukuha ata nila dito yung Spectre na yan. And that is 1 and done para sa ibang members din dito for Fancy United. The 3v3 situation, Griffin Esports, they have to retake this. Kung makikita mo, nagkukumpulan sila dito on B main. This is, of course, the push, the retake happening right now. And Acerola was able to shut down 2 players. Going for the third, Nopi, Killer S will secure it instead.
My. Dalawa na lang before Fancy can actually take this. And we all know na ito talaga yung nagiging solusyon nila para sa going up against Griffin also that has been consistent. Pero nga lang, tatama talaga yung panel natin. Dahil nakikita nyo talaga na it's just gonna be Fancy all over again with how they move, with how confident you are. And Killer S21-8, man, makita ata tayo ulit ng isa sa mga nagpa-pop off aside from John Olsen earlier on. This jet that Fancy has really makes a good statement ngayon against the guys of Griffin. But let's wait pa. Baka pwede pang maging posible.
Bumaliktad pa, nag-aambahan yung dalawang
bumaliktad pa eh. Pwede pa eh. Pero tatandaan natin na pick to ng Griffin ang ascent.
Wow.
Kung saan weak din ang Fancy. So it's really weird talaga na nagkaka-advantage ang Fancy against them. But right now, tatlo na lang kagad na natitira sa Griffin sa isang iglap. Fancy just sila na ata ngayon yung naging defending. Pero si Pat, at least, he got the 2 frags. Ngayon na lang ulit that siya nakita nag-pop off after a few while. But still a 2v2.
Isa pa. May isa pang nasa likod niya, which is si Fang. With this Sova drone, of course, they're gonna know the position. Is this the right decision coming in from that Sova? I don't think so. See you, Fat B, baka nanggugulo lang sila. They need to detect one person, and they probably know that this last person, which is Aizy, nasa sight lang. Nakita na nga ng KO that gunshots will give him off. There is someone on heaven, there is someone on main as well. 16 HP remaining. Isang pitik ka na lang, sir, but he still managed to get it. How can that happen? That is the Vera Esports clutch moment. My God, of the game. What a play.
Bakit ganito? Naksaktuhan pa niya. Konti na lang. 21 HP na buhay pa. At ngayon, looks like, is this gonna be it sa Griffin for the very first map? Or talagang hindi natin makita kung ano ba ang magiging pwede pang posibilidad sa side ng Griffin. At ngayon, sorry, nakita na nga natin na ilalabas na kagad ngayon ang ultimate ni BMVs and looks like he was able to get si YR Select na napakalaki kagad na factor pagdating sa pagbantay dito sa B. And finally, may control na sila. Taabangan na lang nila kagad ang isang member. That's going to be Fang, but all of it, they're just going down one by one. See you Fat na lang together with Ace ang natitira. And what can possibly be right now dahil mukhang may pag-asa pa bang Griffin? I think not, dahil si Sea of Fat ready na siya kagad with that ultimate of his. But will it actually be worth it? Dahil 5 pa ang natitira sa Fancy.
That, mamaya ako sasabihin yung nangyari doon sa entry and sa opening kill na nakita natin. But this is Killer S killing left and right. He gets the 2 and of course, yes, I can as well. Fancy United, napakalakas nila dito. We've seen game number 1 and they take it away immediately away from Griffin Esports. Laglagan, pero mukhang gusto nilang wasakin ang pangarap dito ng Griffin Esports. That is the first game and the map Ascent. Balikan natin when I was saying pagdating doon sa sinasabi ko kanina, yung entry kung saan naging domino effect, kung saan nag-crumble yung cookie actually, no? During the time na pumasok yung Jet, there is that cloudburst on switch. Yung usually ginagawa dito, dash in ng Jet and then of course the cloudburst, they would actually tap the switch as well. Now, nag-aantay si YR Select doon sa switch. Literal na nasa harapan niya yung Killjoy or rather yung Jet kanina. And the thing is, hindi niya binarel at all. Instead, he repositioned himself and nakalamang pa si Killer S ng pwesto during that time because siya pa yung nakahuli kay YR Select. I feel like if YR Select actually pre-fired and bursted down, kasi it's just a little of kumbaga, game sense mo na na probably nasa switch siya banda. And it's just a big burst of cloud burst or big smoke na pwede mong i-burst down. But he didn't make it happen and instead, he got killed off immediately without having any damage at all.
And wala man lang sobrang laking percentage aside ng Griffin right now. Yep, they have the edge but still 13-3. And a map pick by Griffin, sobrang laking disadvantage yung nangyari sa kanila dito. Walang wala sobrang nagpa-pop off sa kanila. Wala man lang particular strat to just use against Fancy. Walang trap card eh. Pag nakita natin talaga how they do their things, how they started off sa first half, something unusual to sa Griffin kasi we already know that when it comes to attention, when it comes to see you fat, meron silang ginagawang step up eh. May ginagawa silang markup also against a lot of teams, but seems like against Fancy, especially siguro sa region ng Fancy na sobrang iba rin talaga pagdating sa mga unusual gameplays, meron silang form, meron silang identity to actually show Griffin Esports on what they have, and it was really good. Although we've seen some little small mistakes, but here in Ascent, man, sobrang dominating nila. Hindi naman sa one-sided, pero parang gano'n na nga.
One-sided is one-sided actually. It's the fact, it's the truth. And the truth may hurt, but it will set you free. Go, GG, go next. Kumbaga, para sa kanila on the side of Griffin Esports. It was just cleanly executed, honestly, from FCY right here. And it all started from that agent selection pa lang. Kumbaga, yung round 1, nagsimula nung agent select pa lang eh. Makikita mo na alam nila or may plano talaga silang maging aggressive. They're gonna use those flashes to do the retakes. They're gonna use those flashes to do entries.
Enemy remaining.
Ano lang nga eh, that makukuha mo na nga lang with those flash yet. Sobrang ganda lang talaga ng paggamit nila ng utilities. I think then, at the same time, wala lang talagang form itong Griffin. Kaya nagulat tayo kung bakit ganito yung Fancy United Esports against sa kanila. Siguro kung mayroon talagang form tong Griffin Esports, even if this was their map pick, it could have been different, but I think that's just it para sa first map natin dahil pupunta pa tayo sa split at tignan natin kung magiging clean take ba to ng Fancy United. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. I am Rayleigh. Kasama ko dito si Taylor at see you guys after the short break.
Enough feared, love, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific Play-ins. Last day na para sa ating araw na to. Last game na din para sa ating lahat. And it might be the last game that the teams are playing. Dahil 1-0 na nga ang score natin. Pero bago ang lahat, kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Terror. With me is Ray Ray. Kanina yung first match natin, it was a slump completely on the side of Fancy United.
I mean, di natin talaga in-expect yung percentage nila dito. Hindi din natin alam bakit sila nag-pop off sa Ascent. But all I can say is that maybe it is how they wanted it to be. And the more nga na wala kang alam sa enemy mo, the more na dapat minsan mas lalo kang kabahan. But looking at it, dito na tayo sa split. Pick to ng coming in from Fancy United. So, pwede natin sabihin na will this be a clean 2-0? But on the other side, tignan naman natin kung ano bang stats ang meron ng Griffin pagdating dito sa split. I mean, they've been doing also great in Ascent, pero seems like it's just something that you don't expect at all minsan pagdating sa mga ganito ang laban, di ba? But looking at it, looks like in split, 54% ang pagdating sa win rate ng Griffin. But on the other side naman, 47% dito sa Fancy. But I think di na ako maniniwala sa ginagawa ng Fancy this time around. Kasi sobrang pina-impress nila ako sa Ascent with just how one-sided it is. So dito talaga sa split, makita nga ba ulit ba tayo ng unorthodox map? Or rather agent selection nila? Or they will just stick to the basics kung saan sila komportable compared sa Griffin Esports?
Aside from that, magiging ano ba sila ulit? Magiging hyper-aggressive ba sila ulit pagdating sa mga agent pick na makukuha nila o para sa match natin? Or will they go the other way around? Like you said, comfortable picks para sa kanila? At on the side of Griffin Esports, I assume that they would go for the comfortable pick. This is a make or break situation para sa kanila. Literally, if they lose this map, they're losing the entirety of the play-in. So, hindi sila makakapasok into Masters or sa ating Grand Finals pagdating dito sa VCT Asia Pacific. So, with that aside, habang nalatag na natin yan, looking at the two teams right now, sabi nila, Rere, nung panel natin, magti-3 games daw. Sa tingin mo, based sa performance on game number 1, magiging ganun ba yung sitwasyon on the next?
I think pwede, malaking posibilidad. Si Killer S, hindi ko na alam kung bakit. Sobrang nag-pop off siya, is really confident and his teammates are just letting him do his own thing. So yun yung meron, yung amount of trust na meron sila. But what will happen muna siguro is yung agent selection. Kasi minsan tong Fancy United here, nung kinas namin siya nung kinas nga natin sila, diba? If I'm not mistaken, civil ata yun, nagkas kami nun, wala silang duelist sa Icebox. And natalo pa rin nila yung Global Esports. Hindi ko rin alam bakit ganun yung pangyayari. But I think on the other side ng Fancy United, sobrang flexible sila. While on the side ng Griffin Esports, they're kind of a team that has momentum as long as they're gonna keep on getting a lot of rounds. Kaso nga lang, kapag sa ibang mga situation like this, na sobrang nagpa-pop off ang kanilang kalaban, hindi na talaga sila makakuha ng any pick-ups at all. And hopefully, ngayong next map, they're gonna be resetting. But looking at it sa kanilang agent selection, meron bang magbabago? Or katulad lang din ng usual na pinipili ng mga to. Pero oo nga, sabi sa'yo.
My God, same old. Pero with the chamber pick, meron na silang Sentinel na pwedeng gamitin dito, but they also still have that double controller setup. Yung Sky, yung nabago para sa kanila, and of course, the Jet away para sa players natin. On the other hand, for the side of Griffin Esports, meron pa rin silang Sage dito at hindi na masyadong ginagamit, no? But it's still a very viable option, especially if you need that healing for other teammates or for other players sa sarili mong team. You have the rest as well. And looking at this 2 agent selection that we have, I feel as well that the chamber pick is very workable for these 2 teams that we are looking at as well. Split ang mapa natin, hindi natin malaman estimate nila is magti 3 maps daw dahil nga sa split medyo tagilid ang bapor, no? Kumbaga kung sasabihin natin. On a split map, you would never know if a team is just really, really good or are they just really good on the attackers o yung kabila naman yung mas malakas sa defenders. It's just a 50-50, literal na parang na-split up yung odds when it comes to this map. So, depende to sa execution. Kailangan magandang execution mo when you do entries. And one of the question remains, will Attention perform this time around?
Ano kaya ang gagawin ngayon ng Griffin to actually make this into a map 3? But all I can say is that you still need that Sage para talaga sa mid part. Pero sa Fancy kasi mababawi nila yun with that double controller. Plus, you still have that Sentinel. Although, this is quite weird. I'm more of a Jet X Raze talaga pagdating dito, but they settled for a breach and the Raze. So, I'm so happy also that this might be the big key to actually beat Griffin on the first half. But as it starts, eto na nga ba ang next team na makakatuntong, last team rather, na makakatuntong papunta sa next stage, which is gonna be next week, or Griffin pa rin, they don't want to give this up yet. But looking at it, mid-take talaga sa side ng Fancy, medyo pick-offs lang.
Madami answer!
Oh, yun na nga sinasabi ko. Ito si Acerola, tumisilip lang sa kanila. But still, there were just some trade-offs. Napasok na sila kagad ngayon sa may side. Isa na lang kagad natitira. That's gonna be Ace himself. And they're doing everything to actually clear this out. Pero uy, wala siya dyan. Wala pang tao dyan.
The double collateral damage on Male. Pero ang isa sa magaganda dito for the side of FCY, when you see them take sites, you see them clearing out each and every angle. Kahit yung smoke, babatuhan nila ng utility just to be safe because it's still a pistol round as well and it's free anyway to throw in a paint shell. And this is BMBZ finishing things off para na naman sa FCY. Wala pa rin pistol round na nakukuha dito yung Griffin, Ray.
Talagang Griffin, what can actually go here? Pero yun nga yung meron, di ba? Pag may open ka na, sobrang laking buff talaga yung ginawa sa kanya. Although sobrang nerf din on the other side ng mga Astra, we're still seeing its effectivity naman, especially with the amount of good calls that you have.
Kasi yung pull niya, napaka-importante. When players come in, once they are on the defense, yung pull, pati yung entry nila, it all relies also on that pull. Maybe there is someone, yung mga default na kung saan nag-aantay yung mga players for Griffin Esports, ipupull nila yan para maipit talaga yung players or even maging vulnerable man lang. This Sage just basically peeking off and I don't like this kind of angle that he's taking. He's risking the peak on a side peak or semi-wide peak actually. Hindi ganun kalinis yung pick Kaya naman 20 HP na lang agad siya. Nagamit na yung heal dito, na shutdown na si Ace. Merong 3 assists. Imaginein mo each and every kill na kukuha nila, halos may assist lahat.
There. Grabe. Nakikita mo na kagad itong Fancy. Sobrang yung form nila, sumusolid. But on the other side, CYR Select, ano kaya ang pwede mangyari sa kanila ngayon? Lugi pagdating sa kanilang mga pistol. But as the smoke's in, they will just be able to grasp at least a lot of kills dahil sobrang hesitant sila ngayon dahil binablock off lang naman sila after all. Tapos meron na kagad info ang Fancy as to where they are. At now that they know that there's some guys here, papunta sana sa may B-side, pero looks like it won't work anymore sa may alley. They will just be succumbing themselves after this spike will be detonated. So this is a win once again. The side ng Fancy United. And we can really say na talagang ngayon, but even if they have this, again, kind of an unorthodox agent selection, it's pretty doing well. NCCU Fancy, ay rather, si Killer S, hindi na naman tayo na-disappoint with how he mixed so much with his teammates.
Isa kasi sa, ano bang kailangan mong duelist sa isang split? Yung kailangan mo may verticality para hindi ka agad mamamatay as well. Or yung biglaan na pagpasok, kumbaga. Kasi you have tight corners here in a map like split. And yung raise na yan, kahit marami kang traps, kahit ano yung agent selection ng kalaban mo, makakapasok at makakasatchel in ka kung gustuhin mo man. So, that is very much quite possible on the hands of Killer S as well. Because he's been popping off. Yun lang naman kailangan niya eh. This is the satchel in play. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Fault line in. Wala silang nagawa dun at all. Dalawa ang bulag dito. And another one bites the dust for the team. And this is another kill coming in from Heisey right now. Another smoke on heaven. Complete elimination para sa side ng FCY. 2v3 situation. Remember, bonus round lang to ng FCY. But right now, they're holding that Spectres and also a Vandal on the hands of Heisey. This can be deadly and this can be a round that will go to FCY kung hindi nila mariretake na maayos.
Bubay na naman to sa kanila, yet they just can't do it so far. Pero looks like attention, he gets it. Pero nga lang, buy time lang dahil ID gets 2. And still, Fancy wins this. Oh, nahiya pa yung Fancy. Tinertin 3 niya na nga eh. Gusto niya ba ulit dito? Iba naman, 13-0 naman daw. Dito sa may match nila sa split. Alam mo, dito na lang ulit ako nakita, Tier, na every time it's a split map here in APAC, yung mga teams, sobrang one-sided lang usually yung mga games. Hindi ka makakita talaga na sobrang dikit. Unlike sa, nung nasa,
mga ganun,
mga
Maven.
Ascent. Oo, di ba?
Yan yung mga malalapit na map o kaya mga Breeze, Icebox, lalo na yung Icebox na yan. But on a map like Split, it's either a complete slump o sobrang daming overtime. Parang ganun yung nangyayari sa mga plays o kaya naman sa mga ibang mga games na napapanood ko. But heading towards this matchup though, Eco, forced into an Eco, ang Griffin Esports right now. They know the location of that Sage that keeps peeking. 3, 4 rounds, same pwesto. Ganun yung ginagawa niya each and every time. How are you gonna think of na hindi mag-iisip o hindi sisilip yung ibang players ng Fancy? Magti-triple pick at magti-triple pick yan kung paulit-ulit mong gagawin.
Kipit talaga ngayon ng Griffin, Tier. Hindi ko alam bakit ganito yung ano nila ginagawa nila. I mean, ang ganda nga din ng lineup din ng agent nila, but at least see you Pat. He'll be able to get it, tries to play patintero, pero wala pa rin. Dahil Killers is just making a lot of spaces and that's just it. Dalawa na lang kagad na titira. Select together with Siufat. We already know where Siufat is at magkasama na nga sila ngayon ni Select this time. As they go for a plant, looks like they're just gonna be denying him. Marami pang smoke to pwede nilang i-pop off ngayon sa kanila. And looks like we still have also BMVs to just put on a stop. So talagang Tier, higipit ang Griffin so far. And yung mga little mistakes nila, nakakapitalize lang na Fancy dito eh.
Another smoke na naman. Another bulag na naman. Paano nga papasok niyan, Ray? Hindi alam mo, aside from agent selection, the timing of FCY is phenomenal as well. You have those timing, nakita mo agad yun on round number 1 eh. When the Sage actually pulled up the wall, masyado nang nakapasok na yung isang player and they could just destroy it because it was just nearly or recently built as well. So I honestly think na kailangan magpalit ng pwesto ng Sage dito. If not, just wall it off. Wall the entire heaven off and maybe reposition into another place. Because what he keeps doing, sisilipin niya lagi at sisilipin niya, nandun lang siya sa mail, always. As in, 4 rounds, Ray, nandun lang siya, tapos inuulit-ulit niya lang yung ginagawa niya. Paulit-ulit din siyang namamatay, di na natuto.
Wala pang nagiging changes dito dahil kita mo naman, Tier, so far, what's happening right now is yung Fancy, parati silang nasa mid to B, di ba? Okay, ngayon naman nag-change na sila. Okay, palitan na nga natin yung strat natin paulit-ulit eh. Baka dito sa A, mag-work na naman ulit at makuha natin. But at least, attention, yup, he gets Killer S. And now, this might be working. Lilipat na naman ang Vito. Sabi ng Fancy, wag na tayo mag-A. Malas pala dito. Dalawa na lang tayo natitira. pero when Fong, they just need to take care of every angle and that's just it. Isa na lang natitira. Attention ka sa third and wag na sila mag-A side.
The power of having a chamber. Nakita nyo naman if there is a replay. Once the slow comes in, once the kill comes in, especially for Killer S, doon nagsasuffocate yung ibang mga team members dahil may slow na from that chamber for the kill and meron pang nag-aabang na rin on site. They have to take care of the operator and meron na ring tao on screens. A good rotation coming in from Griffin Esports that they should keep up right now. At mukhang narinig na ako ni Fong. Finally, mag-iiba na siya ng mga pwesto dito. Tour de Force in action, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of YR Select. May narinig ako. At mukhang ito na nga. TP out. Despite not seeing anyone, mabilis na rotation lang para sa isang chamber because Fong maybe actually said that there is someone on A. There are people who's destroying yung wall na yan. Ang problema nila dito, nakapasok na si Killer S. He is on heaven. There is the blind and also the pain shells. But will he be able to kill? Yan ang problema. Hindi nila makuha. Nakukuha nila yung utilities, yes, but na mapunish ba nila? Hindi nila napapatay eh. That is Ace getting the kill. A 1-to-1 trade from Killer S and yes, I can. And now with a 3v3 situation, Fong was able to take one. He still has the heal to make use of kung sakasakali man. But he will be caught off guard by Acerola moving towards Mail. Meron na ring isa papasok dito and this is Tour de Force in action. Lalabas ba yung barrel nung kanyang barrel? And this is also the chamber versus chamber pickoffs. And Acerola wins that engagement. 2v1 situation. It's all up to Ace. There is no spike being planted yet. Yung spike natin all the way nandoon pa rin sa base. This might be the deadliest plant of their lives right now for FCY. Hinati ang mundo with Heisey using that Cosmic Divide just to go in. There is that TP out mula kay Ace din as well. Naglalaro lang sila dito. Paunahan na lang makakita and that is Heisey definitely on point.
Oh, sayang yun. Wala na sanang oras eh. But I guess kind of distracted talaga siya with that, after that Cosmic Divide. Pero alam mo, yun lang din yung kailangan i-take care of Fancy. Kasi kung hindi ginawa ni Ace yun, kung nakabawas sila lang kahit si Ace lang with that trade coming in from B main, things could have been different. But buti na lang nandun si Heisey to actually save the day for his team. And now we're gonna be going with a 4-round difference against Griffin. But at least they still have the money aside the Griffin to actually still buy. And with that operator, will they be able to pick up at least one? And speaking of, nakakuha na nga sila ng information. Kapag swinningan mo yan, Killers, tignan mo, mag-audition ka talaga dyan sa harapan ni Attention! At alam na nga nila na meron. Magaling. Predicted.
Tour de Force in action naman para sa kamay ni Acerola as he kills the imitation, kumbaga, which is YR Select. This is the real chamber. Yan ang sabi niya dito. With still Killer S, hindi siya natamaan nung bulag. But this is Ace getting the kill. There is another one. That is Heisey. Still on point each and every round that we are looking at. Yes, I can. Dalawa. Double peek. Double swing is there. Mukhang gusto pang sumaksak ng ibang players dito ng FCY. There is that spike being planted right now. Attention, he doesn't have the amount of money to buy for the next round. He has this operator. Hinahayaan niya lang na baka sakaling merong pumasok, baka sakaling merong dumaan, and he might be able to take the kill. He pops a shot using that classic, making a noise. Ibig sabihin yan, alam na ng ibang players dito na may tao sa heaven kanina. Meron nga bang tao sa city? Yun yung alam, yun yung gustong alamin dito ng players. And that is the fault line almost connecting. They saw where the attention is and the attention has been gotten para sa kanila. Kailangan nilang hanapin dito. They wanna take that operator. They have a lot of money anyway. So this is gonna be an exit frag only for attention.
My. Fancy. Once again, buti na lang naging comfortable na din sila ngayon pagbunta sa Ace. But then, here, so far, wala pa rin tayong nakikitang particular strat na meron. Kanina naging reckless lang kasi yung ibang mga members ng Fancy sa pag-entry nila, diba? They just did it like super reckless. Pero ngayon, sabi nila, okay, tama na tayo sa pagiging ganon. Let's be more mindful ng ginagawa natin. Biglang bumalik ulit sa kanila yung pabor. And we're gonna be going with a round where Griffin, they just only have that one Baki from YR Select. Then the rest is gonna be having their classic plus the Sheriff nga. But is it gonna be workable ngayon? Kasi duels parang pagdating sa tutok, Taylor, pabor pa rin sa Fancy United eh.
Yun nga eh, yung sinasabi ko si Hyzy, kung titinignan natin, kung makikita natin ulit yung kill score, he's probably the top fragger right now. Grabing mainit na tutok ang meron si Hyzy dito ngayon. There is that wall. Mukhang narinig na talaga ako ng Sage Ray. Lahat ng sinabi ko kanina, ginawa niya na ngayon.
Lahat na lang. Naisusulat. Naisusulat na naman.
Nakita ko na to eh. Replay na to actually, guys. Ganun kasing mga Sage main kasi ako dati eh. Lagi ako napapagalitan eh, na parang, patay ka na nga, uulit ka pa, gumugusto ka pa. Eh di binibigyan, pag gumugusto, binibigyan, di ba? Eh, si Pong gumugusto, binibigyan tuloy dito ng ng FCY. There is that 2-1 trade. Hyzy yet again getting that 2K. Tatlo na lang ang players dito ng Griffin Esports. This is an eco. They have the Blade Storm up and online. Saktong-sakto yung blind na yan. There is also, yes, I can. Rolling Thunder ni Yanig. Ang banig. This is now the entry coming in for the side of Griffin Esports. Si Ace na lang ang natitira dito with the Sheriff. Can he get a kill? Can he maybe try and punish some players? And no, it's not gonna happen. There is that blind from the Omen, mula rin dito kay Breach. Wala na, hindi na ako makakapasok, lahat na lang.
Balong-balo itong Fancy. And you can really just see how of a good form they are. Pero kasi, the lead din that meron sila, sobrang laki na rin kagad ng simulan nila eh. And now that it's down to a 7-1, then so far sa Griffin, hindi, shutdown talaga ngayon eh. Kahit sabihin mong, okay, di naman sometimes particular yung mga kills, pero ngayon, hindi kasi ito yung in-expect natin coming from CUFAT. Usually, he's been popping off and that's really something sana na mag-a-add up pero mukhang wala na talaga nangyari ngayon dahil nilabas ng paranoia, nakapag-give na naman sila ng power papuntang B-side and attention, tries to pull off against something pero Killer still gets him and Ace nagiging next sila problema. Uy, gumaganda to, nag-stack sila kagad sa may site para lang talaga ma-pick off sila but seems like Killer is trying to pull off something pero nasabugan ng bot.
My God, what an explosive round for both teams that we have right here. They still managed to save the operator. Ang isa sa mga factor dito, nakita mo yung ginawa ni Attention? Bumaba siya. This is the replay from the previous round. But ito, yung totoong replay. Tumalon siya. Wala eh, hindi siya makabuelo talaga eh. He dashes, but where will you dash? Parang yung round na yun, naswertehan lang nila na makalat.
Ano lang, yun nga, yung pagiging hyper-aggressive nila minsan hindi nag-work. Nangyari na to kanina sa kanila, pero tignan mo, natalo pa si Fang. At hindi ko alam mo ginagawa, usually yan ng Griffin eh, yung si Fang. Magbubush siya sa sarili niya ang wall. Pero hindi siya nagiging super effective talaga. He still whiffs, but then Killer S will he be able to come up with something? Gets the good entry. Naglabas ng ubot, naglabas ng paranoia. Pero attention, kawawa ka naman. Pero okay lang daw dahil may dalawa naman siyang teammate si Acerola together with Hyzy. Nakapagkuha na naman ngayon. Next na lang na problema is Ace and Hyzy still gets him. Sayang yun, di ba? Tutok pa lang ang sikas na. Pero mukhang gusto pa ni YR Select pumitas pa ng isa but looks like it won't work anymore as yes I can fix him out. And Fancy na naman. 8-2. 9-3 nga ba ulit to or 2-10?
Feeling ko, ang tagal na natin hindi nakakakita ng 2-10. Maybe it's time. I just wanna say, isa sa mga alas or ace upon the sleeves of the players of Griffin Esports is actually Ace. Ang ganda ng mga blinds na nagko-connect in each round that I've seen the blind coming in from the Omen. Nagko-connect eh. So, they have the capability, the attention of Ace. Kaso, parang yung ibang members, they're out of wala yung attention nila on the game. It seems a bit messy still for them. So they have to figure out a way. And they can stop them. Kanina nakita mo naman, papasok si Killer S na tamaan ng boombot. Nakita mo rin, meron ding blind, di ba? Lahat na. They have that slow pero hindi pa rin sila mapipigilan dito makapasok. Kung he was able to take a kill on Killer S, mag-wall na naman. The timing is completely right. Hindi ko alam kung bakit ganun katagal mag-wall ang isang Sage, which is specifically Fong. And looking at underneath, that is a shotgun. Shorty pare, he was able to take the kill instead for Griffin Esports. Ito na yung mga mistake na hinahanap nila. Coming in from FCY, the swing hops in, and this is CU Fappy was able to take the kill. Finishing off itong round na to, 8-3 score natin. Baka maging 9-3 or 8-4 ang magiging score. But right now, it's time to get the head in the game for Griffin Esports. They're actually making it happen. They're making rounds happen. Ang problema nila dito, Ray, nangyayari ba tong rounds na to? Kasi nagiging impatient na masyado yung FCY. They feel like they can just rush in. Walang problema kasi nga medyo magulo pa yung nagiging depensa ng Griffin. Or talagang nakuha na ng Griffin. Mas malakas talaga sila sa defense.
Sige. Mukhang ang problema na lang talaga dito ng Francis. Sometimes may mga pace dapat na hindi minamadali. Wala namang problema if you play it slow. But Peter S, will he be able to pull off with that showstopper? Pero wala. Okay, abangan na lang. Oh no! Buti na lang. Sakto ang plano si YR Select doon. Pumunti ka na nga may mapitas pang isa. Pero control na naman nila dito papunta sa may B-side, posible. Pero wala pa pala doon yung spike. Kundi nasa mga miyembro ng gitay sa A and they're just trying to clear out everything that they have. And once na nakuha na sila ng information, tatakbo na nga kagad yung nag-iisang miyembro nila dito papunta sa may B-side. But Acerola, sige, give a lot of good distractions. But as attention tries to go in here, who will be the next pick off? At mukhang naging messed up pa kagad yung mga posisyon ngayon. Uy! Narinig na nga ata siya. Ito! And yes, I can get him. See you fat na lang kagad na natitira.
Timing, perfect timing for FCY. And also, saktong-sakto yung mga pwestuhan nila dito. They have covered Heaven. One is on mail, one is on site, and a while ago, nasa city, isa kaso nga lang namatay na. And this is CEO Fat PP. It's all up to him with a 2v1 situation. It's gonna be a double peak coming in for these two remaining players for sure. Kung sakali man na lumabas siya at i-push niya yung B main, my God, wala siyang magagawa dito. The pull comes in from the gravity well. He's not moving at all. He knows. Ito na nga yung vulnerability. The blind comes in para lang makancel kung gusto mo man mag-defuse. He needs to have this at least kung sakaling gusto niya manalo for this round. He can't see anything. And of course, here comes the party with the showstopper not connecting. This round is given away already for FCY.
Mayor. 90 ulit
9-3. Pero kanina 9-3 din, walang curse.
Oo.
Kasi typically pag 9-3, once na nag-buy round na yung ay hindi pala, once na nakabawi sa pistol round, bumabaliktad eh. Pero never pa nakakuha ang Griffin Esports when it comes first half, second half on first game. They didn't get any pistol round at all.
And I think pag nanalo pa yung Fancy sa pistol round here, alam mo na, alam na natin na ang bilis lang nung nangyari. Ilang oras ba na kinakast? Wala pa kung 2 oras ata yung game nila dito.
Kumbaga, ito, kung college ka, free cut tawag dito.
Pinagkukubaw na ata tayo ng mga to eh.
Malapit na kami mag-Cubao Expo. Habang maaga pa daw.
Sasama ata tayo eh.
May pagkain ba doon?
Oo,
Di pa ako nakakarating ng Cubao Expo.
Ako din. Parang ang huli kong punta doon, naglaro pa ako. Kasama ko pa yung dati kong kasintahan.
Wow!
Wow! Mga 5 years ago pa yun. Ayan. Tagal na din.
Iba na ata ngayon doon eh.
Oo eh.
Si Direk Red na ata ang boss doon eh.
Ay, balita ko may ari daw siya ng Cubao Expo eh.
Baka maniwala yung viewers.
Ay guys, ma-shoutout nga pala sa direct natin. Itatago namin siya sa pangalang Red Garcia. So,
tago natin sa pangalang Pula.
Kung gusto niyo daw humingi ng Valorant points, message.
Tsaka yung may-ari ng Cubao Expo yan.
Oo. What is money?
Paper only.
Sana all.
Sana all talaga.
ayan. May nag-comment.
Ano sabi?
Sabi ni Alberto Ornedo, ang lakas daw ni Arinola. Alam mo Arinola.
Men, iba yung pagkakabasa mo. Acerola yan. Okay lang, mas malala naman yung pagkakabasa ni Vil. Kakaiba
Iba yung
yung
kay Vil
pagkabasa niya eh. Oo. Nasa mali eh. Pero bawal yun kasi kagalit. Kapagalitan na naman ako ni Direk. Going back to the game, second half na natin, pistol round, an important round for Griffin Esports if they wanna take this. A very aggressive push na naman para sa FCY, walang katapusan. They know that they can aggress and they can win engagements. Anyway, hindi nga lang nag-connect yung burst down from that frenzy. Buti na lang may heal yung Sage. Self-love lang para sa kanya.
Yun naman pala. Mahal na mahal niya ang kanyang sarili at ngayon, Griffin 3v2. Uy! Uy! Uy!
Enemy remaining.
Gagawa mo, IZ. Mag-ingat ka. Ito na atay comeback. Dito yung ano. Hindi to yung no curse. May curse nga. Line 3 sa split. Ingat na lang. Ingat, ingat.
Lalabas ba? 3v1 situation, FCY. Nagpaplanta sila ng spike on A site and he's very much afar from the position of the players of Griffin Esports. If he makes this happen, Ray, kung makukuha niya pa to, kung mariretake niya to, believe na ako kay Yes I Can. Literal Yes He Can na yan.
Idol ko na yan.
Huh?
Always and forever. Wala. Marami nakatingin sa'yo. Lugi, lugi.
Dalawa yan. Nag-aabang na lang eh. That is the pistol round being taken away by Griffin Esports. Finally, kahit isang pistol round. Ito yung pinakakailangan nila right now. This is the crucial round we are looking at. Dahil dito makukuha yung momentum, yung pagkakabalik nung mga rounds na nawala on the side of Griffin Esports. Ito yung sinasabi ko pagdating sa mapa, kagaya ng split tray, na hindi mo matatansya. It's still a 50-50 whether the other team is stronger on the defense, on the offense. Saan nga ba sila mas malakas? It can turn around pretty quick in a map like Split. But as we look, we are seeing the buy coming in for Griffin Esports. Meron na silang mga Spectre dito. At meron na rin, of course, bibili din yung soon. Mukhang naka-technical post-podcast tayo ngayon.
Okay. Technical post na naman.
Wala nang bago. Basta si Ray Ray nagkakas, walang bago. Hindi gumana yung Ray Ray curse mo sa laro ng APH eh.
Kaya nga eh. Gusto
Yun na
ko
nga
pa
lang
dun
yung
eh.
inaabangan namin eh.
Baka masisi pa sa shoutcaster.
Kasalanan ng caster kaya natalo.
Oo, natalo. May
So,
nagko-comment na gano'n eh. Lap trip eh.
sa mga nagtatanong, para sa viewers natin na nagtatanong kung may laban pa ang APH for today, they actually played a while ago para sa ating first series and lost. So, laglag na ang APH pagdating dito sa VCT Asia Pacific. That is one of our representative out. Pero may dalawa pa.
Oo.
Kasi ano yan eh, guys, kung hindi nyo alam, kung hindi nyo pa nasisilip yung mga brackets natin, nasa Liquipedia din yan if you wanna check out how the tournament works out as well. At sa Valorant Esports, nakalimutan ko yung website, but you can check that out. Ano to eh? Ito yung play-ins natin. Yung top 3, yung third place seeded doon sa mga region, specific region. Kumbaga, example sa atin, sa Pilipinas, sa PH broadcast natin, APH yung naging third place. So, ang mga nakalaban din ng APH doon is mga third seed din. Heading towards, para naman paglabanan nila yung spot nila papunta doon sa group stage. Which is, pasok talaga yung teams na top 2, yung champion, tsaka yung first place.
Talagang may kita natin dito, Air, na kahit nung wala na kayo APH, it was still a good run. And kung nag-worry kayo, marami pa rin pwede mangyari sa next stage, diba? So, GG's pa rin naman. So, supportahan pa rin naman natin, syempre, ang Nawos sa SBE next week. Sa SBE.
Oh, si Dogs, SBE!
Ay!
Tumatahol na si Ray Ray, guys. Hindi na to tama. Attention! seeking attention right now. Mukhang nabawasan nila ng matindi-tindi dito si Hyzy. Ang problema naman para sa agent pick ng FCY, wala silang healing capability dito. Yun yung kagandahan naman if you have a Sage. Kaso puro self-love eh.
Siyempre, mas maganda daw pag sarili mo, minamahal mo. Pero uy, Griffin, nakapasok mo na isang iglap dito kagad sa may site. Goes for this plant. And what can it happen already? But looking at it, mahirap to dahil nasa disadvantage din sa mga baril. Hindi nag-work yung daladalang mini boga ni Acerola tsaka ni Yesaikin.
Nako. Waiting game right now for the players of Griffin Esports dahil na-plant naman na nila yung spike eh. Post-plant situation ang nangyayari ngayon. But it seems like for the players of FCY, lahat sila sasama-sama sa hukay. Or, sabay-sabay silang magpupush? Anong plano nila dito? Gumagapang lang sila isa-isa pag lumabas dito si CU FATB. Ewan ko na lang talaga. Matic, burst down na lahat ng players. Here is CU FATB. A 4K for him. It is expected already. He had the right timing as well to get all those kills. Good job for Griffin Esports.
Good job! Okay ka lang, Seb. At ngayon, if they still win this, then they're gonna be seeing a 7-9, maybe? But at the same time, ano kaya wake-up call ngayon ng Fancy? They've been losing, they lost the pistol, they lost the second round, but right now that they're on a full buy, what will be the changes ngayon? Dahil maganda na kung nag-double digit score ng Fancy para lang talagang maitaguyo dito against the Griffin. Dahil importante nga ang mga rounds na to, but as they make their move here in B, meron kayang mag-protect sa side ng Fancy. But speaking of, alam na rin nila kagad kung nasaan sila. Yes, okay, tries to get a lot of noise right now. Pero mukhang ibibigay nila, they will just be going for a retake. So di nila madictate kung saan manggagaling ang mga taga-Griffin. And that's already a big sign that Griffin might be having that huge comeback. But as the retake goes in, saan ba natin i-expect to? Si Ace, wala sila dyan. Pre, wala sila dyan! Nasa likuran mo, si Acerola. Bakit sa iba ka nagparanoia, Sebi? At nilabas na nga rin kagad ng bubots para makakuha ng information. At meron nga sila makikita, that's gonna be CU. And looking at that, may pangalawa pa isa-isa. Relax lang sila sa retake. And finally, gets attention. You just want attention. I don't want your heart. At ngayon, Fancy nga yung mananalo. 5 round ang kanilang difference. And finally, they're on the double-digit scoreline. At tatlo na lang, they can still get that slot going into next week's fights.
Alam mo yung kinagandahan for FCY? A while ago, they lost the pistol round. We all know that. On the second round, at least may plano sila, Ray. Nakita mo yung 5-man push nila na lahat sila nakapistol lang. Nasaktuhan talaga na yung timing pagdating doon kay, kung di ako nagkakamali, kay CU FATB para sa dalawang players ng Griffin Esports na nag-swing doon. Nasaktuhan nila. But that was actually a plan. A good plan for FCY, just not executed. And itong round na to, nakita mo naman, ang linis ng retake nila. They have positions that they know that they need to clear out. Hindi yung positioning na kumpleto kasi. Buhay pa kasi yung maraming players ng FCY eh. Hindi kagaya ng mga positioning when it comes to for Griffin Esports a while ago on the retakes and even on the defense na napipitas sila agad, nawawala agad yung depensa, nasisira, nabubutas agad because the Sage goes down immediately. Paano na yung mid? Sino yung magbabantay? So kailangan magwawatak-watak yung ibang players ng Griffin Esports. On the side of Fancy United, they immediately have a plan even on an economy round, even in a force eco.
So even at this Griffin, they need to wake up, especially in this round, or else walang mangyayari talaga sa kanila at all, and it's just gonna be a Fancy straight up wins ang mga rounds na susunod. But here it is, mid-take is what they have. Pero tatlo to, ang ganda nito. Pag sumakto yung flash yun, siswingan ka agad na dalawang miyembro ng Fancy, and that's something. And speaking of, buti na lang may boombot na kasama. And they just take it out. And speaking of, may nakikita na nga sila. Tries to go with the wall box. Ano ba yan? Nakaganap paranoia! And And that was
Spike
really
down, mid.
beautiful coming from that good goal ng Fancy. Bago pa sila pumunta ng ramen, that's already pretty big. And looking at it, wala yung spike at all. Nasa paningin pa ng Fancy this time around. And they can play it well as Killer S gets the third kill. And attention, gets the trade. Sinamahan din naman ng paranoia kahit papano. Pero may apat na kagad na tumitingin sa kanila. Pinaglalaroin na kanila kagad. And he's just the only guy up there. And BM Fist will be able to get him. And Fancy still wins this round. And pwede na silang makaigib ng match point dito.
Alam din nila kung kailan sila pwedeng maging aggressive. Nakita nila, napansin nila na you know what? Hindi naman enough yung power, hindi naman kaya yung capability. So, i-push natin. Bakit hindi? Ang mali rin dito for the chamber, naglabas pa siya nung traps niya. So, when you release those traps, of course, expect a pre-fire. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, para sa kalaban, malapit ka lang. It's really messy right now, and they are forced into an eco. Mabilis na push, the fault line comes in, and it is perfect executed. And this is now Killer S with the showstopper hopping in. They wanna go for that match point. They wanna finish this immediately for the side of FCY. A clean 3 kills coming in from Killer S right there. Grabe maglaro tong mga to. Parang alam mo yung mga teams, 'di ba? Minsan may mga kryptonite sila. Yung iba natatalo nila, kumbaga global esports matatalo mo. Pero may kryptonite teams na tinatawag. Mukhang FCY ata kryptonite ng Griffin Esports. But to be honest, Ray, when we look at Griffin Esports, it's not yet polished pagdating doon sa kanilang playstyle. Kung sakali man na hindi sila maka-comeback and kung hindi man sila makatalo dito o manalo rather, it's still a good effort on the team. They have the foundation, they just don't have the game plan para sa high-level plays na ganito.
And it's their first time, di ba? Dito, sa APAC din talaga. Ever since last year nga.
Tignan mo si Killer S maglaro. Makakita lang siya ng isa doon. Ginamit niya yung satchel niya para maging dash.
Ginagawa nga ng patintero eh. Baka alam niya paano maglaro ng patintero. Pero, wow. Wow! Ganda na.
May ganun pala. Kaya pala yun. And this is now Heizy. Nagkakaskas lang ng yellow. Gagawang halo-halo. At lumabas lang siya ng bigla-biglang ganun. This is a round going for the side of Griffin Esports. Finally, gaining a round. Maybe gain the momentum back. Gain a confidence back for the team. Aside from that, makakakuha rin sila ng pera, of course. Kailangan nila to para masustain yung mga susunod na rounds kung sakali man may mga casualties.
And now, Fancy, tatapusin na ba nila kagad to? Acerola already has that 2 defos at ready na rin kagad si Heizy with that Cosmic Divide for that retake. Aabangan nga niya ibang miyembro. Ooh, nice to call for them to slow orbit. Very aware na din kagad ang Griffin what they need to exactly do here. While on the other side naman, Killer S. Pero ba siya mabibiktima with that patient? Ilabas na ba niya kagad to? Oh no! Sakto! Oh, timing, it's perfectly. Even if the concuss, even if may flash, the attention gets the second frag. At mukhang maluwag na kagad ang pagpunta sa may B-side instant contest. But oh no, let's not forget si Heizy na dyan pa! Huwag kayo magpapakakampante dahil merong mga follow-ups pagdating sa Fancy. And we're down with a 3v3. Yung spike ngayon, wala pa naman sa hawakan ngayon ng Fancy, but it can be something to capitalize on. Pero nakita nga lang yung paa ni Heizy, medyo mabaho daw, sabi ni YR Select. But we still have Yes I Can for the trade. He got already ang meron. And speaking of,
oh my God,
still got Yes I Can. Risky on, but it was worth it.
It paid off. Nasaktuhan niya yung TP out. Imagine, of course, yung ability ng Omen. Hindi naman agad-agad na makaka-TP ka tapos may baril ka. And just the timing is perfect. Griffin Esports, they take this round. Finally, si Attention, tumatrabaho na din. Kanina, hindi talaga siya makagalaw. Hindi siya makabuelo. This time around, finally, he's getting the kills. This is exactly what Griffin Esports need. Narinig na naman nila ako, Ray. Sabi ko, pag nag-perform si Attention, tsaka magkakaroon ng posibilidad to.
Alam mo na, Taylor, na talagang on point pa rin ngayon ang Griffin And now, they're down to 5 before they can finally get this into an overtime. So, di pa rin ngayon tapos. Pero, ang fancy on the other side, sabi nila, guys, gising
Tapusin
na.
na. Oo.
Tama na to.
Tama na. Si kuya na maglalaro, itabi nyo na. Kasi tama na yan eh. Nag-CR lang si kuya, kaya ito yung timeout. Pero actually, those were rounds to lose anyway for FCY. At they still have throwaway rounds na pwedeng gamitin at some degree. But kaya rin sila nag-timeout for this one is because, of course, slowly but surely, nadidrain na yung kaban ng bayan. Makikita natin na they are sticking to 2K, the least is 500. So, this time around, they have to make sure that they go and stick to the plan. Hindi na basta-bastang bigla-biglaan lang kung ano yung gusto nilang gawin. And nakakatakot to for the side of Griffin Esports once FCY uses that momentum and actually uses that timeout to also break the momentum of Griffin Esports. This could be a game changer for the whole entire series.
What can actually they do right now? Fancy? Tapusin nyo na ba to? Or will a spicy team such as Griffin might be able to turn the tables up? Kasi usually kapag ganito, they still win this. Nako po, Fancy, kailangan nyo na talaga kayong gumising pa dahil baka yung momentum nasa side lang ng Griffin after all. Pero as they make this through, si Ace na talaga. Yung controller ng Griffin, siya na umi-entry. Ako na, ang kulit eh. Ako na bahala. And he always does this naman ever since we've seen their games. But right now, trying to figure out. Binibigay talaga ni Fancy parati, nag-retake na lang sila eh. Kasi they know yung magiging impact. Oh, sayang. Hindi na pawasin ni YR Select. Medyo nagkulang sa mga ibang pagkakataon. And we're already high aware kung nasaan siya. Trap naman, kawawa naman to. Si YR Select, wala na siyang no choice ngayon. But kundi mabuhay talaga na mas matagal. Pero hindi na nga pinabayaan ni IZ dito. At alam na nga rin nila na mayroon pang isang miyembro. They take out the flash. Medyo trap ngayon ang mga miyembro ng Griffin. Pero looks like they're doing it one by one. At dalawa, isa na lang kagad natitira. Attention, kailangan niya ba igay to? But yes, I can get him. And Fancy United Esports will be advancing till next week and get the slot maybe going into Masters. Congratulations sa dito sa dalawang teams na to. But still, Fancy United Terror, kahit mahirap, kahit unorthodox, but the fact that they're popping up and they have that identity, alam mo talaga na mananalo sila sa map na to.
I would say agent selection pa lang during game 1, panalo na sila eh. So, makikita nyo naman, when it comes to the play style of FCY, it is uncomparable pagdating sa Griffin Esports. You would definitely see as we pull up the stats as well on how the teams or how the players perform for this game that we just witnessed. Attention, 1.1 KDA at 16 kills lang ang nakuha niya dito in total for Griffin Esports. And on the side of Fancy United, of course, Killer S as the opening fragger always with a 1.4 KDA and a 297 combat score. But I just wanna say, ang MVP talaga dito, lahat ng taga-bulag nila, tsaka yung controllers nila dito. Because Killer S is just there to make space, but I just wanna also say that Killer S, whenever he does entry, ito yung sinasabi ko for Griffin Esports, kapag nag-entry si Killer S, nakakakuha siya ng isa or at least 2 kills. And that is important for the team kasi that's how you open up the site. On the other hand, Griffin Esports on the first half, si Attention, pasok na siya na pasok but there's no trades happening. O kaya naman, nakakapasok siya, he gets the information but not a single kill, even just one. And dun talaga nag-crumble and dun nahirapan yung players ng Griffin Esports as well. Malinis yung FCY ngayon.
Wala pa. Pinaglaban nga na lang Big Bam talaga. Medyo nagulat nga ako na natalo yung Big Bam. It was a clean run for them, although it didn't pay off pa rin. Fancy United, on the other hand, the team that manifest on what they can do. They trust the process. They trust what they have. And all of those utilities, all of those gameplays, the styles that they're doing, very effective naman to get to tanggalin yung guard na meron ang Griffin. But on the other side, Griffin, nakita nga tayo ng rise up pagdating sa region nila. and it's not impossible to see more out of this team. Pag nakikita nyo guys, itong Griffin, usually nasa 3rd or 4th place sila last year. Kaya di natin sila nakikita sa APAC. Pero ngayon, nag-improve sila. They got the slot going into here, but unfortunately nga, medyo mahirap talaga when out of those 8 teams, 4 lang yung makukuha at isa nga sila sa kailangan munang magpahinga, and let's look forward for them on the next stage. But the Fancy, abangan natin tong team na to. What will be the difference naman when they go up against other teams also that maybe kind of be giving a huge factor or huge advantage pa kesa sa kanila, or baka sa ganitong proseso ng mga matches nila, mag-i-improve sila in just a short amount of time, and makakita tayo ng gameplays kung saan pwede nga nalang mapitas ang ibang mga teams. Baka sila nga ang dark horse na tinatawag.
You can see how high Z plays. Para sa side ng FCY, ang maganda sa team na to, they check each and every corner. If they have to use a utility just to check it, gagamitin nila. They're not scared of that. And yun yung kinagandahan ng composition na meron sila. They have great communication, they have the teamwork, and they definitely deserve to be on the spot and to be able to compete on group stage. Dahil itong klaseng gameplay na to, ito yung mga high-level gameplay na nakikita natin, and they are truly deserving of the slot and of the spot towards our group stages.
Good to see that it's like this, the ending for Fancy United Esports, as they're still gonna be having that one representative para makita pa natin sila next week. On the other hand, a good game well played onto the side of HK Taiwan region. Napakaganda pa rin na performance ng Griffin Esports, and it was really something awesome din. Pero guys, ito na nga ang huling araw dito sa group stage. Medyo sobrang dami maging matches, pero next week magkikita-kita tayo muli. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. I am Rainit. Kasama ko dito si Taylor. This has been VCT APAC Challengers, guys. And see you for the next week.
I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like.
And that is all she wrote. Fancy United Esports with I would say it's a dominant 2-0 victory against Griffin Esports. We kind of saw signs of life as soon as the second map came in, but it just wasn't enough for Griffin Esports. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad. Alongside of me is Black and Blue and Raph. And this Fancy United Esports team, they're pretty good going into the group stages, I would say so myself.
Yeah, and there's a reason why we all here in the panel kind of picked them, because you just saw it, right? That Fancy, the way they play, while, you know, Griffin might have the higher of highs, maybe when they were playing against Global, you did see that stability was a bit more refined and was a bit more profound, especially coming from Fancy United, and that's the reason why they were, I think, everybody's pick here in the panel to make it into the group stages from these plans. They look super spectacular, but there's some moments you're like, this opening pistol round, like, dude, flash me out, I got 2 kills, come on, throw a flash for me, bro. But I mean,
we were talking about that.
Yeah, like, you know, maybe against the very team they would have shut this down, but Griffin, they didn't seem like they showed up today, and that really was a big problem, just not on their best strides.
Again, it's one of those things where the littlest things they could have done could have butterfly effect into something else. For example, there's just so much utility left unused, which makes it so peculiar to see. But again, we did talk about how Fancy has a better baseline than Griffin. We would say Griffin has better highs, but their lows are definitely much more noticeable.
Definitely so, and I mean, yeah, as you said, you know, that whole stability is part of the biggest reason why, and especially when you move on to map number 2, Griffin, they were able to get some rounds, as Nomad was able to talk about. You know, the opening half of it especially was a bit more back and forth than things might have otherwise seemed, and then when we got onto it, it really did seem like Fancy United, I mean, their opening lead was a bit too big. It went 9-3, but the curse never went their way. Actually, both maps went 9-3 during the series, but fortunately for Fancy, the curse never really, I guess, turned their way. A bit more of a hex is what Griffin needed, but even with that hex, I think they really got to go back to the drawing board and refine their gameplay, really practice things, and yeah, just basically get ready for stage 2, because they're a team that can make it into the group stages come stage 2. Now it's not their time, yes, but they're a young team, young potential, and the really young blood is what will be the future of this game. Might not be their time now, but it will be soon.
Too much Jonah, too little Hex, in the sense that there was a lot of gunfighting, there was a lot of W keying, and we did see quite a bit of success to degrees from Fancy, but as we mentioned, moving forward for the group stage, they really have to somewhat develop a playbook now, because a lot of our teams here, if not all of them, they are very, very close mechanically. We just see those very slight differences once the strats come out, once the positioning and every little thing falls into place.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have just a quick recap on the standings that we have right now to refresh in your memory on who the teams are that are gonna be going into the group stages after our stint here in the play-ins. We've got Onyx G all the way from the upper bracket, smooth sailing to qualify, followed by Full Sense, who got knocked down by Onyx G themselves. Will hopefully get that rematch they want and prove that they can last longer in the group stages. But moving forward into Group B, no-namers definitely made a name for themselves throughout the entirety of the upper bracket, blowing through Fancy United Esports and Griffin Esports. And then at the end of everything, Fancy United Esports is the one that will potentially get that rematch in against no-namers if they make it into knockouts. And those are the 4 teams that made their way into the group stages. A lot of heartbreaks here for the most part, and a lot of the teams that played in. But for the teams that made it into the group stages, I'm pretty sure they are as ecstatic as ever.
I don't remember or recall if I, said this on broadcast on panel specifically, but the 4 teams that did come out: Onyx, Full Sense, No Namers, and Fancy United, they were my picks to make it out of the play-ins, by the way. So I'll take that credit. Anyways,
sure, buddy.
Yeah,
Sure.
I mean, great teams, great showings, and here we go, my
There we
guy,
go.
the top 16.
Yep, that's the top 16 teams. So we have Group A consists of Boom Esports, Made in Thailand, Cerberus Esports, and they're going to be joined by No Namers. That's definitely going to be a feat if No Namers make it out of that. Group B, Paper Rex, Persia Esports, Bonkers, and Fancy United Esports. Group C, we got Now, Cercia, Bleed Esports with Onyx G. That's definitely a group that I personally want to look out for. And Group D, we got South Built Esports, Velocity Gaming, Oblivion Force, and Full Sense.
I gotta say, this is ridiculous looking. You look at all these teams, potentially they're championship caliber. But again, if you were to ask me who I'm really looking out for, of course, Boom is on top of the mountain. You really cannot not look at them. Aside from that, South Built Esports, they have ways to go. That is the token PH representative for me. Well, alongside Nous, of course, the Paper X. They have quite a bit to show also.
Yeah, so many killer teams. You look at Group A, immediately everybody's eyes are drawn towards Boom Esports. Mine are, at the very least. They are my pick to win this entire tournament, to be the champions of APAC. You look at Group B, and there's so much more there in store. Honestly, each group has that team that you really look at and see and think, like, these guys could win the whole darn thing. They could be the champions at the end of it.
And the South Built?
Question
No.
mark? Question mark?
Moving on.
Well, yeah, these are the matches that we have. The first opening matches that we have in the group stages. That's going to be happening next week, so make sure you guys tune in. We got Made in Thailand going up against Cerberus Esports, followed by Bonkers versus Persia Esports, and then Nous Esports versus Bleed Esports. And lastly, Velocity Esports versus Oblivion Force 4 series. What series are you guys looking forward to here on day one of the group stages?
All of this, I mean, I do want to see Bonkers versus Persia. Persia, obviously, picking up that roster very, very soon. The former BWL with, lots of players that did come from, like Eeyore, Asterisk, all that. But then you got Bonkers, the only representative for Oceania. And that, I think, is a really, exciting kind of matchup to see how these two playstyles clash, because this is the first time we're having an Oceanic team join the VCT circuit here for APAC. We saw South Asia teams join LCQ last year, but this is the first time we're getting an Oceanic team.
That's true. And I have to say that Bonkers have the greatest logo of all time. Really cannot be contested. No cap. But I feel like my pick would be Made in Thailand versus Cerberus, because these were two teams earlier on were considered absolute juggernauts. It was honestly hard to stand in front of them, but now we've seen newer teams, newer superpowers develop, and I'd love to see how they stack up against each other and in comparison to said powerhouses.
Oh, me personally, I'm looking forward to Nous Esports and Bleed Esports, only for the fact that I was a big Ninjas in Pajamas fanboy, and Pith from G2 Esports was from Ninjas in Pajamas, and he flew all the way to Singapore to play in VCT. And with that, those are the things that we can expect to happen going into the group stages next week. But any final thoughts on what happened this week and what expectations we need to be set for next week? Let's start with G Black and Blue.
It was an amazing weekend, first and foremost, here in the play-ins. A bit one-sided for the most part for many of the matches. We saw multiple 2-0s over anything. But, I mean, that just goes to show that the teams that did qualify really separated themselves from the pack, and they deserve to be in the groups. When we go to the groups, first of all, I expect a biased toast here and Mr. Nomad, as he's already talked about. But second of all, I expect amazing matches. We're going to go all the way with a lot of these ones. Honestly, I have no idea who's going to win. I have my picks, maybe who the favorites might be, but I'm going to be excited to be pleasantly surprised at the end of the playoffs.
I feel like all expectations coming from the local qualifiers up to our APAC play-ins, I think it's always going to be the same thing for me. It's always excitement. It's always such a good time to see how teams develop, whether they be at the top end or, still in the flourishing stage. But as we've mentioned, this is a place where Titans are born. Regional powerhouses show up. So next week, oh my goodness, man.
Yeah, something to look forward to next week. Something is definitely going to be rising in the Pacific starting next week in the group stages. And on behalf of all the casters that we've had across the region, as well as here in the English panel, I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Raph. We'll see you guys next week for more action here in the Asia Pacific Challengers.
Playground, see easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to... This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.